Hello. If I jump scared you, then well, ha. I see we already got around 7 people here, so that's nice. Hey, how's it going, Brown? How's everybody's night doing? Oh, that was a weird way to word it. Oh my god, that's a weird way to word it. Hey, cool man. I hope I didn't jump scare anybody. I kind of just came out of the blue there. Good, nice. Well, I hope everybody's day is going well because didn't hear anything. What happened? Oh, nothing. I just started talking and you know, I don't know, it just came out of nowhere. But anyway, tonight's gonna be special. You see, in 2 days, is my favorite holiday. Yes, story time. Ooh, you ate spaghetti. Nice. Oh god, wait. I think I got hiccups. No, wait. No, I'm good. It is spooky month. Yes, and in 2 days is the best holiday to ever exist, Halloween. And because I won't be streaming that day, I'll be busy. I thought, okay, let's do it now. I feel like now would be a good time to do it. So, as you could see from the title, we are, in fact, going to be doing some creepypasta story time, where I'm going to be reading it without any sort of, like, preparation. So, it's going to be very unprofessional. Yeah, favorite part of the month, for sure. Anyway, let me just, switch you guys over to here. You can join me at the campfire. And yeah. What's interesting though is that I'm kind of taking this audio from another video off YouTube. So there could be points where, you know, this video that is currently playing the campfire ambience is gonna break into an ad, which is not great. It's gonna be very not fun, but it doesn't matter. We need the vibe anyway, and I don't know how to just like set up a certain audio thing on OBS, so this is the next best thing. I've been busy all day, so I haven't even been able to do it. Can you sit, please? Oh, I mean, that's up to you. I would love you to sit. Brown, please don't burn the forest. I like this forest. Well, anyway, probably should stop Brown from doing that, shouldn't we? We probably should. Hey, Brown, hey, buddy, hey. Stop that. Stop that right now. Okay? Come on. Come on. Okay. Hello, Carter. Nice for you to join us. Not like I exist in this background. What's that supposed to mean? It thus I cannot interact with the hellfire. It's not hellfire, it's just a regular fire. Anyway. As you can see up on the top left is the now reading sign. And you probably know what's going to happen with that as we're reading. Going to have a thing there that'll have the title up. In case anyone is confused. Wait. Oh, hold on. Hello? Can you hear me? I don't know why OBS disconnected for a minute. Blink twice if everything is okay. Hi, Randy. Anyway, to oh god, I got shit in my throat. All right. I'm just gonna ask this right away. Would anyone like to request a story? Is there any like sort of story that you know of that you would like me to do? Have I ever blinked? No. That concept is foreign to me. Oh god. What the heck? Yo, is this the creepypasta really like lagging out? No, this is me choking on McDonald's. Any Skinwalker story? Ooh. I'm not like, I haven't really read I haven't read any Skinwalker story. Like I mean like, don't get me wrong, I understand the appeal of Skinwalkers. Have I read Fleshgate? No, I haven't. That sounds interesting. No, but with Skinwalkers, like I get the appeal, but to me they're like, I don't know, they're kind of like a dime a dozen, where it's like it's kind of always the same thing. Like I've listened to someone narrating the Goat Man, if you want to count that as a Skinwalker. But I don't know, maybe I'll do a video on a Skinwalker story one day. But I don't know. Let's see. I think Kevin encountered a Skinwalker before. It's okay, Kevin got it. Honestly, I'm so tired that literally any story with someone falling asleep and then getting jumped by something is good to me. That's very specific. Oh wait, I get it. If you're talking about stuff like Eyeless Jack, I get it, or Jeff the Killer, I guess. We won't do those. I already did Eyeless Jack last stream, so no point in doing that again. So I'll make sure to, you know, avoid that. Who's Kevin? Oh man, Kevin. Like, oh my god. Where do I begin? Have I heard of Portlock, Alaska? No. Wow, I haven't heard of any of these. The epidermis walkers. Oh, damn. I haven't heard of any of these. Okay. Am I? Oh, shoot. That's not good. Hold on. Let me do something real quick, guys. I'm gonna do something very risky. You're watching on VR? Dude! That's so epic. Dude, what are the... Dude, what a mad lad. I fucking love VR. I hope it doesn't start... Your headset doesn't start hurting at some point or it gets uncomfortable. I know that's the case with some people. I mean, you probably have like accessories on, but still. What do you mean 3D edition? Chatting is difficult, I bet. Typing in VR is very difficult. Or at least time consuming. He who wanders, okay. Let's see. Man, okay, wait, now I'm actually like, now I'm stuck choosing what to do. Uh-oh. Oh, no accessories? Okay. Wait, what are you, what headset are you using? Oh, I should do a poll, you're right. Big D Randy. Quest 3? Oh, nice. All right, cool. I have a Quest 3 too. I might do a VR video one day. Who knows? Anyone else watching this on a Samsung refrigerator? Disclaimer, this is a joke. Do not take it seriously. It has happened before. What does that mean? Do I have Twitch? Yeah, I do have Twitch, but like I've had bad luck with that. So I'm kind of just on YouTube. I'm sorry. But you know, the people have spoken. Anyway, yeah, let me get a poll going. Wait, let me look back at what people suggested. Portlock, Alaska. Epidermis walkers, he who wanders. We'll do those three. And what was the last one? Or I guess the first one? It was like Port something Alaska. Come on. I lost it. Oh no. Oh, here we go. Portlock, Alaska. There we go. Man. Maybe a Minecraft creepypasta? I mean, I could do that, but I feel like those are kind of, I don't know. Those are either really short or they're just kind of goofy. I feel like Herobrine was like the one and only thing that really spooked people at some point. Even then, it doesn't really spook people anymore, and it's just more of like a urban legend that, you know, we all love to hear about as kids. You're watching this on a microwave. I think the cause of the disconnect might be sound. Oh, that could be, yeah. Here, I'll get rid of that. That's kind of lame, but oh well. You guys can have a different tab open if you want of the campfire. Okay, I'm legit tired. When I said it has happened before, I already forgot what I meant. Brother. You meant to vote for Alaska? Okay. Oh, are we back? All right, I think we're back. Sorry about that. Okay, I did pronounce your name right. All right, that's good. Anyway, let's look at the poll. It's saying 44% of you want to do He Who Wanders. Okay. Maybe I will do that. I don't know anything about the story. Which I know. Shocking. Let's see, how long of a read? Oh, only like 20 minutes? Nice. Oh, the amount of ads I'm getting. Hold up. There we go. Now it should be good. I'm in an aquarium right now. Shout out to all my viewers in the Atlantic Ocean. Love y'all. Okay. All right, we got that up. You know, I'm going to watch while wearing my VR headset for literally no reason. I might change it to like watching it both on my computer while wearing it, as well as my VR headset's browser. Okay. I mean, hey, if if you really need to, you can just switch it because this is gonna be like there's not gonna be a whole lot visually here. It's just gonna be me like reading and stuff. So you could totally just put it off and just listen. Chat, I'm on a lake right now. For real. Great schizophrenic salmon of the east. What? That is so random. Wait, y'all are on Earth? Gavin, I saw that. The Attic Ocean. You're not slick. I saw that. Okay. Okay. All right. I better get to reading this so I don't bore people. But like, you guys are like, you're you're distracting me. You guys I'm having way too much fun just like watching you guys say like really random stuff. I know you're in the space station. Okay. All right. We're gonna keep reading it. Hold on. I gotta take a sip of my drink real quick. This time I did not choke. So we're okay. All right. I'm gonna look away from chat now. I'm going to read. In 3, 2, 1. I miss the scorching wind of Andalusia. How it pours sunlight onto your face, toying with eyelashes, flattening dry sand against cheeks and milling around hair. I miss the smell of the valley and that ripening softness of muscat fluff glistening in the afternoon breeze. I'm sorry if I butcher any of these words. I am not a good reader. most of the stories I get from like I put on my videos, I've heard narrated rather than me actually reading them for the first time. From up here, I can see the house where I grew up. I see white chapels tucked into grape orchards like pawns scattered on a chessboard. I can see patches of asphalt on El Hardonito Road. Oh my god, this is gonna be a tough read. Hailing from the old town through dappled rocks, then waning behind the horizon with erratic headlights of beat-up trucks cruising along. One of the pit stops along El Hardonito, where truck drivers stop to relieve themselves, marks the starting point to this wavy trail. All covered in blotches of spindly grass, stalks, and flaxen sand, the trail is barely noticeable at first. The truth is, no one even cares to notice it. Why would truckers taking a blitzleak care to check on a mucky trail leading to God knows where? But I do. This is where I got up here, to the top of this hill, where I am standing now. I've climbed all the way up here, so I can finally end it all. All these years of vagrancy and what is this word? Fugue, exile, and fear. This is where it's all going to come to an end. I feel so embarrassed reading right now. Oh my god. Where my siblings are screaming, I can't hear. Okay. All right. But for now, I am enjoying the view of the valley unfolding below. I am sipping the air of what could be my final memories. He will show up soon. He always does. Like a shadow, he's been following me right on my footsteps, always there, behind me. And there he is. His limping figure appears behind the sharp bend of El Hardonito. He looks up and he sees me, then stops for a moment to catch his breath and leans on his cane, as if assessing the remaining trajectory for this final stretch, then resumes his walk. Or should I say, resumes his agonizing trudging. Years of endless chase took a toll on his body. No wonder. How long has he been chasing me? 10, 20, 30 years? He is slow. Methodically slow. But for once, I will not run. I will wait. Right here, behind this rock, I will finally come face to face with him. This sharp Swiss knife blade I am holding in my hand will soon lance right through his neck bone. Yes, that's what I am going to do. This ends here. At the dead end of this sandy trail atop the hill overlooking the valley with its white chapels and muscat of orchards. Funny. After all these years, I still don't know the real name of my chaser. I always called him what Master Borgs called him. He who wanders. He who wanders. Listen. I will kill you. I said that character's name is Borgs. I'm gonna say Borges though. It's spelled Borges. Maybe it's Borges. Maybe it's Borges. I don't know. So like, I don't know. I'll just say Borges. I don't know. There's quite a few words here that I can't pronounce a whole lot. Borgor. Alright, here we go. Borges. The Borges. I idolized him when I was in college. Many did, but I was different. It was 1961. I was an average lazy learner at the Universidad. Oh no, it's on Spanish. I can't do this. Universidad Laboral de Cordoba. I don't know. That's the best I could do. Floating around from one semester to another with barely passable grades. I had very few friends and almost no interests. One can say that I had an early form of an identity crisis. Besides chugging on anisado, my only other passion was literature. Latin American literature. Oh, wait, hold up. Just started and I'm already more lost than that one time in 3rd grade or something when somebody had to present something that they wrote. They didn't write any plot. And reading this would be horrendous. I kind of understand it, but not really. Like is actually reading it well and like I would. Oh, really? Thank you. Huh. How about that? I think I was doing a great job, but here we go. I'm just gonna restart the paragraph. Besides chugging anisado, my only other passion was literature. Latin American literature. Borges and Neruda were at the forefront. One could only imagine my excitement when I saw a pamphlet hanging on the wall of the literature faculty. Spaces were limited, but who cared? It was the man himself. Oh no. Jorge Luis Borges. Maybe it's like Borges or something. I don't know. Jorge Luis Borges. Ah, that just sounds weird. That today is not a good day to be living in America. Coming to give us all a lecture followed by an open panel of questions. Like a maniac, I rushed to the auditorium hours before the lecture. I was the first in line, and when the doors opened, I got the front row seat. The auditorium was packed with drooling chins of young self-proclaimed prodigies, awaiting the arrival of the Great One. And there he was, the blind lord of literature, walking upright on the stage with a cane and his loyal assistant right by his side. Standing ovation. He nodded and made a "thank you, please be seated" gesture. Then he began. The lecture was dedicated to Spanish writers. I cannot distinctly recall if it was Cervantes or De Vega. It truly made no difference. However, I managed to sit through his entire lecture, which lasted over 3 hours, and remembered nothing. He talked slowly and methodically, pouring honey into our ears like Segovia's guitar, with his absent eyesight affixed on the ceiling. And then it happened. Something that caught me completely off guard. Before closing the day, Porges was about to take questions from the audience. Of course, I raised my hand, and so did about hundreds of other students. One of Borges... Oh, I'm just gonna pronounce the G. I don't care. One of Borges's assistants whispered something into his ear, which made him smile. It is an honor for me to be in front of an audience of young people, but our time is not infinite, he said, with blind eyes still pinned on the far corner of the hall. For that reason, I will randomly pick questions from 5 of you. I have never won any prizes or lotteries in my life. When I played poker or blackjack, I lost far more than I won. I knew my limitations, and that turned me into an average, apathetic person, rarely trying to outdo oneself. And so, sitting still with little ambition, I got used to that. Until that moment, when I saw Borges pointing his finger in my direction. That came as nothing short of a shock. Me? Yes, young man. Or sorry. Yes, young man. Senor Borges picked you. Step forward and introduce yourself, said his assistant. I did not know what to ask, so I quietly mumbled my full name. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Borges shifted his gray-shaded pupils in my direction as if reacting to a sudden buzzing of a fruit fly. Fernandez Agustin Navarro. Navarro. Haven't I met you once before, young man? He asked. No, Senor Borges. I never had the honor. But you will. We will meet again, Senor Navarro. You and I will meet again. But for right now, what is your question? For the rest of the day was foggy. I don't even remember what question I asked. It must have been about him winning the pre-international, not sure. And maybe not important. No, not important at all. The greatest writer in the history of mankind called me by name, and then that bizarre, unreal thing he said about us meeting again. When? 9 years later, in 1970. And there I was, a somewhat promising journalist in one of London's somewhat scandalous tabloid newspapers. Every week my name was featured on the second page alongside with Celebrity Chronicles and Vile Rumors. My paycheck was decent enough for a small studio flat by Manchester Square. After years of having been pent up by directionless studies, you could say I became something more than average. Or at least that is what I believed. That day, it was early October, arguably the best season in London. Thank you! Love October, baby! Sorry. Began as usual. I ate my chick breakfast consisting of 2 scrambled eggs, ham, toast, and dark roast coffee at Barrymore's Diner, and was ready for a pleasant walk to the office. It was shortly after 8 a.m., and I was in no hurry. Hold up, I'm gonna pause real quick and see what people are saying. Something about a literacy professor telling a child that they're going to be chased by a killer or something. No, it's weird. We haven't really got much information where it's just more like, so at the start of the story, the narrator said that he's being chased by someone very slow, like on a mountain trail, right? and then it cuts to like a flashback of him meeting a professor, I think, who he looked up to. Completely different person so far, from what we can tell. You don't have to ask for a seat, okay? No, but yeah, so okay, so this person well, maybe I can do like a better recap. Hold on. So that'll be 20 euros. Okay, look, all right, so there the story started off as the narrator hiding behind a rock with a Swiss Army knife in his hand, ready to kill this a slow man who I think he described to be old, like an old man or something like that, who's been chasing him for decades, and he's ready to, you know, kill him when he gets close. Before that happens, though, it cuts away to like at the very start where the narrator is in college. I'm assuming in probably Mexico or something. It said Latin America, so maybe. But he goes to a lecture with a very like well proclaimed professor, and he has that interaction with the professor where he picks on him to ask a question, and you know the narrator is like blown away by this. And one of the things that the professor says is, "We will meet again." Okay, then fast forward 9 years later, the narrator's in London. He's writing for a newspaper company, and what we just read was him having breakfast at 8 a.m. in October and, you know, heading to work. Send the link. Oh yeah, I can do that. I got you. I did suggest he could put what he's reading on screen. Oh yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't know where to do it though, because like it's like there's not much space on the screen, but I'll do my best. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec. I gotta figure this out. Hold up. There we go. Okay. You can see my OBS. I'll put that on my other monitor. Okay. All right, let's make this better. So we were like right there. Oh, but it's covering the whole screen. What am I doing? Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't really want to. You can't. Hold on. I'm gonna delete this actually. I don't know. I'll figure it out sometime. Free fuel. I wish there was a way to like crop the window, you know? I don't know if there is. I'm not that familiar with OBS. Either way though, we will continue in a second. I'm just doing some work. Okay. But I put the link in the description if you want to follow along. And yeah, here we go. My route was the same as it was every day. Past the square, right turn on George Street, left turn on Thayer, another right on Marylebone. Oh, that was it. Another right on Marylebone. My thoughts that morning were all preoccupied with the piece I was working on, so I was slowly making my way through the square when something caught my eye. Or rather, someone. At first, I did not pay much attention to him, no more than I did to anybody else who idled at the square that morning. Hippie rascals with soiled hair playing guitar on every corner was a common theme in those days, and London town was certainly no exception. So here was another one of those misunderstood love proclaimers, sitting right behind the gated area of the square. Striped worn out jacket, heavy cap, sandals with clots of woolen socks sticking out. A common hippie bum, as anyone may have thought. I thought so too, except this one had something that made my intestines churn. I didn't know what it was, but once I saw him, I felt the irresistible urge to instantly walk away and never see him again. The way he looked at me, that gloomy frown that made me think of a line from Oscar Wilde, "That fellow's got to swing." There certainly was something outerworldly about that fellow. His eyes, as if carved from a rock below his forehead, were mercilessly drilling thousands of tiny holes through me. I added pace. As I turned back one last time, I noticed him slowly walking towards me. Past the gates of the square, onto the street, paying no attention to screeching tires of honking cars. Walking right towards me. He's just a bum. No, he's not. Just another one of those unwashed hippies. No. Run. George Street was empty like in post-war bombed quarters. I could hear my brisk footsteps. Or was it the drubbing of my... what's that word? Aorta. Aorta against the chest. He was catching up. Run? Don't be silly. Yes, run. First slowly, as if you're trying to not show your chaser, that you're scared. No, not scared. Or like in a hurry. Why am I running? I can take him out with one punch. But it really wasn't about that. It was my first experience of that feeling, which I can only describe as some sort of primordial sense of fear, panic, dread. Unexplained sense of looming doom arching above you like a dark figure with a scythe. I ran. I ran faster than my feet could move. As I turned the corner on Thayer, I paused and looked back, fearing to see him right behind. Scrambled eggs, toast, and dark roast coffee were about to make their way back up through my esophagus. Bro is not One Punch Man. Wiping the sweat off my palms onto my pants, I bent forward in a protective position and looked around. Empty windows of George Street were checking me out like a toddler witnessing parent in a cowardly act. Whoever that man was that incensed me into this uncontrollable panic, he was now gone. Shame on me, or shame on you, Fernandez Augustine. I repeated to myself while making futile attempts to enthrall palpitation to subside. Shame on you. I mumbled, repeating that word. Mumbling turned into whistling that song by Magic Lanterns. Shame, shame, I whistled, acting calm and self-composed. I sang without knowing words until only to convert my mind to something else. I sang so others wouldn't notice me shaking. I climbed the stairs of my office building. 3 at a time. 3rd floor. The familiar smell of typography oils calmed me down. Save heaven. Shame on you, Fernandez Augustine Navarro. A little pause there. I need a drink. But what are we thinking so far? So this man who looks like a hippie started like slowly making their way towards Fernandez. It is Dr. Pepper. How'd you know? I'm guessing Zadie. When Zadie was like, "Oh, he's such a Dr. Pepper fanatic," last stream. Hippie man, very scary. No, yeah. So, yeah, he was making his way towards him, made Fernandez panic, but it was really nothing. He made his way to the work. Sounds like another day in the subway. Amen, brother. All right, let's keep reading. Wait, first let me get a little snack. I'm hungry. I didn't eat anything today except for cereal. LMAO bro got scared of a normal guy. He wasn't normal though. There was something about him, like his eyes were, I don't know, his appearance was unnatural almost. Maybe he's just trying to keep him fit. Does anyone know that one Thomas Sanders vine? It's like, no matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the demon, but he will not let his soul be taken today. It was like chasing a person. That sounds really weird, but it was funny, okay? Okay, no. Let's keep reading. Even now, I question myself whether my journey to madness began on that day, or was it underway for many years? Madness that creeps in and recedes in tidal waves. Is that how it usually happens? All I know is that an hour later, I was laughing at my little moment of weakness. Preposterous and rubbish, my thick Andalusian twang spoke to me. Twang? I don't know. The idea of being fully checked out by a specialist did not cross my mind, and I immediately thought of Dr. Patel in Camden Town. He'd give me a comfortable medical diagnosis with a panic attack and prescribe some white pills, I thought. Little did I know that the day had more surprises in store. The unnerving script development continued in a more eerie fashion when my boss marched to my desk with a pack of printed paper. No, Navarro, you are not going to see Dr. Patel in Camden Town, who will make a judgment call on your insanity. Instead, you're going to do an article on Jorge Luis Borges's new book. If you remember, that's the professor from earlier. He is making his presentation today at London Public Library and blah, blah, blah. I forgot about the panic attack. The thrill of seeing Master Borges again 9 years later was surreal. Moments later, I was sitting in a cab on my way to the London Public Library, scribbling all possible questions I should be asking him. El Informe de Brody? Other books? Forget it. I knew very well what I would ask. I paid the cab and galloped up the marble stairs leading to the hallway where the master was about to hold his new book presentation. I elbowed myself through the crowd of journalists to occupy the coveted front row spot. Quick inventory check. Wallet? J-sack along with the omnipresent Swiss knife? Seconds ticked leisurely on my wristwatch. 4 more minutes. Forget this morning sickness. Forget Dr. Patel. Collect yourself, Fernandez Augustine. Navarro! That's your last name, isn't it? Yes. Yes, Senor Borges. But how do you... 9 years ago in Cordoba... 9 years ago in Cordoba, I told you we would meet again. Do you remember? Oh, wait, hold on. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but Zadie just texted me and told me to tell chat that she said balls. So, do what you will with that. Anyway. What a good reason. Okay, that kind of took me out a minute. Well, I'm gonna text her back real quick. Mission accomplished. Oh boy. All right. All right. Well, I'm gonna restart the dialogue. Navarro. That was your last name, isn't it? Yes. Yes, Senor Borges. But how do you 9 years ago in Cordoba? I told you we would meet again. Do you remember? I nodded rapidly, completely forgetting he couldn't see me. Stupid. Perhaps, continued Borges, it would be more prudent for us to speak privately after the conference. I invite you to have coffee with me. You like Colombian coffee, Mr. Navarro? I shall see you precisely at 6 o'clock at the address that my assistant will provide. His blind eyes were still affixed at the top far corner of the hallway, far above all the congested, sharp-penciled critics and arduous followers of his divine writing. The attention was now all on me, as revealed by hundreds of photo flashes from behind. I thought of all the explaining that I would have to do tomorrow. How does Borges know you? Are you friends? You were raised in Cordova. Are you and his illegitimate son? Are you his illegitimate son? Back then, I did not know. Answers came later. That's a question. Are you his illegitimate son? Imagine being a reporter, or sorry, no, imagine being Fernando in this situation, right? I'm not, obviously that hasn't actually happened where he got asked that, but imagine being in his position, right? Where that actually does happen. Also, I realized that I'm actually on the wrong sprite this whole time. Why didn't you tell me? Okay, enough with the balls. No, but just imagine that, right? You're just like you're trying to do your job, and then all of a sudden, are you this person's illegitimate son? I would probably laugh, honestly. I'd probably laugh. Memory, or sorry, we are moving on with the story now. Memory is a tricky animal. Oh, wait, I got a burp. Excuse me. As I gaze over the valley and satiate my lungs with familiar smells, I cannot think of anything specific. Vague and elusive memories of my childhood home. And these orchards, these white chapels, and the old town itself. Nothing but an incomprehensible sensation somewhere down there, below the chest cage. I close my eyes and let the sun twirl around with the tinted specks of mosaic light. I am trying to focus without looking. Alas, nothing comes to mind. I've been robbed of my memory. You. I cast my eyes at the trail again. Oh, okay, so we're back on the trail. We're back in present day right now. I cast my eyes at the trail again. He is closing in. It's hard for him to walk upward, and yet I see that determination in his eyes, in his tight grip of that wobbly walking stick, in the way he periodically stops to catch his breath and eyeball the remaining distance. I am not going anywhere. 5? 10 more minutes? Come and take me, old man. If you can. I almost see his facial expression under the heavily pronounced frontal lobe. It's a grin. It's an expression that says, "We shall see." Once I read an interview in the Morning Times In it, Borges was portrayed as extremely humble and minimalistic. His house was depicted as a perfectly organized space with easy access to everything. Books on the shelves, judging from the admiration of the columnist, there were lots of them, were organized by theme and by title. Dictionaries and encyclopedias were grouped together on the same rack, so he could find them easily. In another article dated 1966, I read that when Borges travels, and those travels were quite extensive, he carries a whole rack of books along, some of which may not even be read. Wait, what? He's blind though. What's happening in chat? Okay, I'm just gonna ignore all the stuff that's happening in chat because that's, yeah. Anyway, when I entered his hotel room, that very book rack was the first thing that caught my eye. I stood perplexed at the multitude of titles, most unknown to me, when I heard the door swing wide open, and there he was, entering through the doorway with a leisurely swinging cane. Ah, Senor Navarro, how kind of you to visit this old man. I took a step towards him and produced some gibberish like, pleasure is all but mine. He half smiled and pointed his hand to the chair. I know you will quite enjoy the taste of Colombian dark roast. Borges sat down and leaned slightly backwards without releasing his cane. Sorry. Do you know the biggest advantage of being blind? He asked and answered immediately. Blind don't need light, so my utility bills are way lower. He laughed at his own joke, only to be interrupted by his assistant carrying a tray of aromatic coffee poured. Oh my god. Aromatic coffee poured in 2 small porcelain cups. Amazing how the very idea of drinking coffee instantly changes your mood before you even take your first sip. As I was readying to go on a pre-scripted monologue of expressing my gratitude and honor, Borges jumped right into the action. I will get right to it, Senor Navarro. About you being here and about me remembering you. I know you have many questions. I will attempt to answer some. Some, but not all. When you leave this hotel, there will still be questions that you will have to find answers to. On your own. He gently picked his Oh my god. He gently picked his coffee. Oh my god, no. He gently picked his cup of coffee and with hand somewhat shaking, took an artistic sip. Yes, I had questions. So many that my brain membranes were buzzing in bewilderment and disbelief. Here I was, sitting in a room with one of the greatest writers, who happened to mysteriously know my name and... Have you by any chance read my book, The Book of Imaginary Beings? Asked Borges. I have. Many times. I read it in Spanish when it just came out. Very recently, I bought the English translation in some shabby bookstore off Oxford. Oh my god. Oxford Circus. I read that book far too many times, but never in its entirety. Mostly starting on a random page. Just as Borges had intended it to be consumed by his readers. Oh, how I dreamed to have no electricity bill. Real. You see, Senor Navarro, that book was, and perhaps still is, a never-ending work in progress as human imagination has no boundaries. I have included what I had researched for over 10 years ago, then recently expanded and republished with more figments of collective human imagination. But the book is merely a small subset. In a way, the book writes itself. In some form, it's a labyrinth, an endless one, a living one, where every corridor and every room is never the same. What I had always wanted is the book to reflect the labyrinth and our collective subconsciousness, the force that drives our minds to craft. For that reason, all the creatures in my book are strictly fictional, mythical. Am I not boring you? Not at all. I understand, Senor Burgess. He nodded and wiped a coffee grind off his nose. That book, as its title implies, is all about imaginary beings. Tales, legends, folklore. But one thing that no one knows is that I had originally intended this book to include one more thing. A being that goes by its Latin name. Oh no, what is this? Quietus est. Something like that, I don't know. It appeared and disappeared across many cultures, sometimes centuries apart. Very little is known of it, but what I found was indeed astonishing. First, this being is physically no different than an ordinary human. You may say, it is human in many ways. As I studied this entity, I became more and more agitated. I could not stop. Like a madman, I was trying to learn more and more, but very soon the excitement turned into another fear. Fear. Fear of what, Senor Burgess? Burgess' eyesight shifted from the corner of the room straight on me, as if he could perfectly see me. Fear of what I had uncovered. That Quietus est is not a myth at all. He attempted to take another sip, but his hand started shaking, so he had to put the cup down, spilling some of it on the saucer and around the table. Pardon me, young man, I am trying to maintain composure. But you have not tried the coffee, he said, wiping his mouth and forehead with a knitted handkerchief. I raised a small cup and took a sip, disregarding the aromatic fumes of Colombian beans drifting down from my internal gorges. Pardon me, sir, but you are saying that the imaginary being called Quietus est was not imaginary. Is that why you decided not to include him in your book of imaginary things? Only in part. Fear came from the realization of what it would mean for mankind to know about its existence. You see, it's no secret that we are all well aware of our eventual demise. We all die. But imagine what would happen if we all stared right into the face of death every single day of our lives and knew the time that was left for us in this world. Death not as a vague concept portrayed by middle-aged artists, not as a folklore tale of a grim reaper, but as a real, living entity that stalks you and walks around showing you a ticking clock counting down minutes and seconds, getting closer to you with every second, trying to grab your hand. Running from death is worse than death itself. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. But I shall talk no more. Allow me to give you my scribbles from years ago. These are unedited in their raw format, so please pardon the poor language. It's right there in the drawer. You will find a folder with a yellow piece of paper. Oh, sorry, that was it. You will find a folder with a yellow piece of paper. Read it aloud, while my ripe old body attempts to catch a breath. I'm going to take a minute to take a sip of my drink. I opened the drawer, as he instructed, and found a yellow piece of cursive handwritings carved in Spanish with some Latin phrases. The scribbles were short, less than a page long with marks and scratches, but most of this was very much decipherable. He must have written this himself, half blind, I thought. What caused him to do that and not dictate to his assistant? I unfolded the paper and began reading. Quietus est. It is said that one shall not know about its own ways in times of demise. The imminent passing is only felt by those who are either terminally ill, and even so. Wait, hold on. And even so, they don't possess the knowledge of when and where, or by death row inmates awaiting the exact day and time of their execution. Lack of such knowledge coerces us to exist. Sumerians, I think that's pronounced, believed in a certain deity. The word deity was scratched and replaced with demon of death embodied in human flesh and bones, which again was scratched and replaced with entity. Oh, damn, how about that? Whose sole role was to stalk its victims and inform them of how much time they have left to live. Per the ancient Book of Dead, which was discovered as a set of clay tablets, typically buried in corpses, only those that are luminous can see the deity. Again, crossed out twice, replaced with demon, then with entity. The luminous ones are thought to be either people with high spiritual powers or vice versa, the cursed ones, condemned by priests. The reference briefly reappears in some Egyptian manuscripts, but in later writings is replaced by Anubis, or, in rare occurrences, by Horus. The writings again depict this unnamed being as an eternal human who never sleeps, but always wanders. What's strange is that neither Sumerians nor Egyptians ever gave the entity a discrete name. However, the latter rare findings during Dark Ages refer to him as Quietus est. The only depiction of Quietus est was that of an ordinary human standing next to a sun clock, which was used to measure the time that the chosen one had left to live. From time to time, Quietus est stalks the chosen one and, when cornered, moves hands of the clock toward the short. Oh my God! Moves hands of the clock forward to shorten the lifetime. If the chosen one cannot escape, then his time eventually runs out. The very last reference was found in Enough, Mr. Navarro. You understand the idea. Now on to the main question. Why are you here? Sorry, let's take a pause real quick, because that was all one paragraph, by the way. That was very yeah, long horse, yeah. That was very exposition heavy, I would say. Is everybody following along so far? Do I need to explain anything? Following? Okay. All right. Just making sure. Because that was a lot. Evil man equals evil. According to Google Translate, Quietus est means he is quiet. Seems fitting. Yeah. I'm just writing a horror story while listening to you. Oh, nice. Love to read it. Okay. I will continue then. Enough, Mr. Navarro. Enough, Mr. Navarro. You understand the idea. Now on to the main question. Why are you here? He drew closer, and a dull shadow from a lamp cut right through his elongated forehead. The Est is an eternal wanderer who is always with us, the timekeeper who sits at the edge of the stage with a ticking watch on his wrist. The greatest gift given to mankind is its inability to see him. When I lost sight, I thought blindness was a blessing in disguise. But one does not require eyes to see the wanderer. What eyes cannot see, ears can hear, and skin can feel. I hear him. I feel him. You are here, Mr. Navarro, because you and I are the luminous ones. Borges paused and asked me with a trembling voice, Mr. Navarro, you saw him too, didn't you? Cold shivers that have been accumulating in my lower back rushed up my spinal cord in millions of explosions. Nausea formed a massive ball of air in my throat, and for a moment I struggled to breathe. Desperately trying to cease the thumping inside, I pushed words out. I saw him today. How do you get used to the notion of being a passerby on this earth? Ordinary humans do not have to get used to that. We have that built-in protection layer, that safety cork in our brain membranes that separates the realization of being mortal from flooding down upon us. It allows us to breathe the air. It lets us exhibit this extraordinary yet sacred carelessness. The mental block that denies the laws of life on a primitive emotional level, even for the keenest scholars. The indecipherable tetragrammaton, I think that's how you pronounce it, is shown to us in every step we take, in every cup of Colombian coffee we sip, in every word of wisdom that we collect from books. Every second we bypass the sinister tick-tock and hear the name of the god being whispered into our ears. And yet we, humans, turn around and whistle, shame, shame, deceiving our own self-cognizance. And that, as Senor Borges called it, is the true blessing. Those who possess the name of the divine being are doomed. Knowledge is madness. Knowledge is inexistence. Knowledge of death is worse than death. We sat in his hotel room until early morning, the two luminous and doomed souls. Our casual exchange of words was amplified by the ticking of the clock. It was dawn when I noticed Borges nodding in his sleep. His left hand was still resting on the cane, and his pupils were shuffling behind shut eyelids. Borges was dreaming. So must have I. As I was exiting the foyer of the hotel, I hid behind the column and looked around the street. It was empty. Bleak light of street lamps drew strange crossbeams on pavements. Early October leaves were gearing in closed circles like witches around the fire. I was looking around, but hoping not to see him. He wasn't there. But he was. I felt his presence not very far from me. Alright, now we're back in present day. Muscat orchards. They resonate inside like echoes of a guitar string heard from a deep alcove, but nothing particular comes to mind. I am trying to shift focus from one object to another, but my nomad memory is lost in endless labyrinths. You took my memories away from me, didn't you? Wait, mortal. Wait 5 more minutes, and you will know the answer, I hear in my brain. He is talking to me now. I can see how the long uphill walk is wearing him out. But what are pain and tiredness when you're crossing the finish line? As Borges warned me, do not ever come close to him. Do not look him straight in the eyes. He will always be near. His watch will be ticking. If he attempts to catch on, run. But he will forever follow. In a way, he will be like a shadow of you. And I ran. And he wandered. I evaded. He followed. He came too close to me in my hotel room on the second day after my long night in Borges's quarters. The fool in me still thought that escaping from him would be as easy as moving into a new flat or checking into a hotel. So I did just that. It was some shabby hotel minutes from my work where I decided to spend a few nights just to think things through. Yeah, I was thinking the Immortal Snail too. Except I guess this is like more of just like a literal, I don't know, symbol of death, a representation of death. But yeah, the snail definitely comes to mind. Anyway, sorry. That evening, and I remember every minute of it, was my first face-to-face encounter with him. My room, B6, was on the basement level. As I stumbled through the dark hotel corridor, trying to find the key to my room, I felt his presence, but my ignorant foolishness dismissed all mental warnings and turned the keys. As the door hinge squeaked, I took my first step into the hotel room. A street-level window was casting two thick yellow streaks of light on the floor carpet. I smelled dust and spiderwebs. He was in my room, sitting on the edge of the bed with a rope in his hand. A thin white blanket was covering his head like a shroud around a statue. I stood in a stupor like a paralyzed insect. An avalanche of sweat gushed from every pore of my body. With hand twisted behind my neck, I was feverishly trying to twist the doorknob. He got up from the bed with a groan. He took a step towards me. Hand too sweaty to turn the knob. Open it. Open! He grabbed my wrist. Open! Run! The stretched corridor of the hotel basement flashed like random shots of a silent movie. Run! B5, B2, B1, run! Staircase, up, exit, run! Your time is coming, Fernandez, Augustine Navarro. A whisper called into my ears. Coming. Coming. Hissed the wind. I'm just gonna ignore that. I'm too immature to not pause. I ran until my legs gave in. I fell down somewhere in the outskirts of the town, passing out in an alley amidst rubbish until sunup. My madness had begun. In the days following... Sorry, wait. This is a very long story, I gotta say. It said that the estimated reading time would be 20 minutes. This has been a lot more than 20 minutes. But we are... We must pull through. You know what's crazy? Something. Funny. Like 75% of the way through. Yeah. Okay. Catching your breath. There's a lot. It doesn't matter. We got this. In the days following my first face-to-face encounter with Quietus Est, I moved out of my London flat. I had some savings, enough to tramp down to town, continent to continent, doing temp jobs here and there, sometimes sleeping on streets. He was right behind me. Even if I didn't see him for a month, I knew he would soon catch on. It would be only a matter of time for him to pop up somewhere, on the opposite side of the street, in the next car over on the subway, or madly prying through shutters of windows in the house across. My attempts to speak to Porgus were futile. How does the blind master live with this curse? I wondered. How does he manage to evade his sinister follower? I had questions, far more than I had anticipated, but Senor Porgus was already on the other side of the globe. I wrote him letters. He never replied. I tried calling hotels where he stayed, unavailable. The books that he wrote, I bought all of them in attempts to find hidden meanings. What if he had secret messages for me inside his writings? The Book of Sand, Dr. Brody's report. I even searched his earlier writings, analyzed every word. Pointless, futile. Until 1983. Shakespeare's Memory. His final book, as it turned out to be. It was somewhere in Eastern Europe when I bought the book. Immediately, I began my scrupulous study, letter by letter, page by page, analyzing every space and every punctuation sign. And that's when I found it. The answer. The answer was the story itself. The story that did not require much study or description. All I had to do was read it. I knew I had to come face to face with Quietus Est like Porgus did, but not before having to go through the life of an exile. That's what Porgus had intended me to do. Such was his final and only message to me, embodied within the last story, or within his last story. A story written for the public, but intended for my eyes only. The story was that the protagonist receives memories of Shakespeare, memories that overwhelm him, overpowering his own. He forgets modern-day cars and engines, instead remembering faces and names from some distant past, memories he has never known. Memories that belong to another man. In a way, he will be like a shadow of you, Porgus told me that night. Slowly but surely, my shadow was becoming me. That's why I can only vaguely remember you, my childhood home. Him or me, no more running. It ends here. Few more minutes, I say to myself as I look at the watch. There he is. He is out of breath, beaten, tired and bent by the weight of his own arid body. One last push, old man, and we will meet. I am hiding behind the rock. His footsteps on gravel and sand. I can tell them from any other footsteps in the world. His breathing, wheezing, and crackling. I'm counting to 5. He knows where I am, but he is too tired to take that last step. Let me take that step for you. I am staring at his face, wrinkled like leaves of an ancient scroll. Time's up, Quietus Est. I am telling him. He is not fighting back, and my Swiss blade finds a comfy spot below his Adam's apple. I am going to finish him now. Popping sounds are coming out from his flabby throat. What are you trying to tell me, old man? Let me hear your last words. I am easing the pressure to let him talk, but the sounds that come out, not words, but laughter. You are confused, he says. You've got it all wrong. Let me help you understand. I am letting him sit up. He's coughing blood. One wrong move and he's dead. He wipes the blood off his lips and nods in understanding. All my life I have followed you, he begins slowly. It's a miracle I have come this far and lived this long. Ever since I left Cordoba, I was a ticking time bomb. I was diagnosed as suicidal. Doctor after doctor, therapies, specialist prescription, yoga. I have tried them all. Some helped for a while, and the disease subsided, but then trolled back with a new, stronger wave. It's this disease that nests here. And he points to his head, forcing me to look for a way to end my own life. It all began in London, on that morning when I was sitting on the bench in the middle of that square, feeling the disease gnawing on my brain. My first attempt was in that hotel, room B6. I sat on the bed in that dark room for hours, with a rope in my hand and a blanket over my head. Death opened the door and stood above me in the darkness of the room. Oh, how I wanted my pain to end. But it was not meant to be. Not then, not there. I had to live on. Ever since that day, it was a cat and a mouse game between us. I chased death, and death would always slip away. Until now. He pauses, rubbing his flabby neck, then points his finger down the valley and continues. I was born in that house. I remember every moment of my childhood. My parents, my toys, my school. I remember playing hide and seek with my cousins in Muscat Gardens and dozing off to Sunday clergy in the White Chapel. I remember Eastern rugs being washed on the street in the smell of grapes. My name is Fernandez Auguste Navarro. And you have no true name. But they call you Quietus Est, the one who wanders. Filaments of scorching infernos have been ignited all over me. The fire sets off inside my eyelids, spreading over to all facial pores and trickling down my body. Lies! Imbecile lies, I roar. Look at me, he says. I am an old man. And you? Still young and strong as you always will be. You have not aged. Now think more. What do you remember of your childhood? Shakespearean memories of random sounds and smells are all you have gained from me. Master Borges knew who you were. He cracked you, and then he tricked you. He made you think you were me. That was his way of evading you. Not by not revealing you the truth until his final breath, final book, final story. You are the one who wanders. And those memories you have, those are my memories. And now that I have told you who you really are, you must finally finish me. I have heard enough of his fibs. I am throwing my knife away. I shall not require any blades to finish him. With hands clenched around his thin neck, I am strangling him. I hear him squeal as the grip tightens. I feel the crackling of neck bones between my thumbs. I see him gulping the air in warm convulsions. He looks peaceful. I sit on his chest and watch his last breath picked up by the wind, carried down the valley to the gardens, passing by the white chapel and the house where he grew up. The scorching wind of Andalusia is pouring sunlight onto his face, toying with eyelashes, pounding on cheeks and gearing through hair. He must have missed the smell of the valley and the ripening softness of Muscat fluff glistening in the air. I am rewinding my wristwatch and walking downhill along the wavy trail, my thumbs still sore from killing. I am taking small steps sideways. Once I reach El Hernito Road, I will hop on the first bus, and from there I will travel west. Or north. Destination never really mattered. Anywhere, sorry, anywhere is where the roads take me. Me, the one who wanders. And that's the whole story. That was really something. I like that twist. It took an hour. Yeah, I know. That's interesting. Okay. I feel like it's a very rare thing nowadays for creepypastas to actually do like twists correctly. You know what I mean? That was a really good one. I like that a lot. Now, I missed out on quite a bunch of chats, so let's see what I missed. Tatham commented. Hi Tatham, how you doing, buddy? Hi, Fordo's here. Nice. Good to see you, Fordo. To be completely honest, I was just listening into this while playing Geometry Dash. It was nice listening though. Oh, thank you. Breaking Bad watch along. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. My throat is already drying up a bit, but you know, we do what we can. Check my DMs, okay. I'm not streaming Among Us yet. Drying up, yeah. Well, I drink what? Yeah, I know. Just I'm not playing Among Us. Okay. Anyway, moving on from that. By the way, that story was written by Simon Simonian. I think that's I'm sorry if I butchered that, but yeah. That was a really good story. Yeah. Good stuff. No, Brown, you can't arson the forest now. Dude, instead of Among Us, you should stream Among Us in Minecraft. Copyright statement, unless explicitly stated, blah, 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 and, you know, I don't think, I mean, thanks, Ghost. I mean, I don't think there was, like, I don't think, wait, hold on. It should be fine. So we can get, some 100 emojis in chat for really, no, hey. No bribery here, please. I don't know why you want me to do Sea of Thieves so much. Well, that's not what the stream is. Okay? This stream is meant to be spooky. We're doing spooky stuff. Spooky stuff. When is my next retelling? Good question. Should draw for us? I don't have a digital like I don't have a drawing pad. Or more like I lost it. all the little sprites you see of me, I drew with a mouse. I don't like it, but it is what it is. Anyway, okay. I think we should do another story. Yeah, let's do another story. His true reason is he isn't an artist and paid a homeless man $5 to draw his sprites. How do you know? See me after class. No, okay. I think that was crazy good for a mouse. I can't even draw. Okay. Longhorse. I feel like like Longhorse isn't really much of a creepypasta and more of like a small short story to explain some art that Trevor Henderson did. I love that guy, but I love his work so much. Uh like I was actually super like when I was watching or not watching when I was reading Book of Bill when that came out and saw that Trevor Henderson like did some art for that book. Like I was so excited. Retail Sonic.exe. I don't know if I can do that. Or unless you want me to do that like here in this, I can narrate it here if you want. I don't think I can do that shit in Minecraft though. Have to look at a random horror story. No, it's no okay. I want to do one that's very classic and uh one that one that I have always enjoyed. Yeah, it would be really hard in Minecraft. Yeah. Zadie, I did not ignore your reading request. You didn't request a story. Someone else requested a story. But that wasn't me. Or that wasn't you. I am not. Okay. Maybe I am mean. I'm sorry. Damn it. I don't want to get canceled. I don't even have Twitter. Okay. No, I want to. Here, let me think for a minute. I kind of. Oh, man. Here's the thing, right? Here's a really good one that I love so much. Have any of you read or listened to the story Psychosis? It's a longer story, kind of like the one that we just did, but man, is it so good. I am just a little guy next to a fire. May Relic rest in peace after he was exposed on Twitter for being a meanie. Dude, Psychosis is such a good story. It's another one of those stories that has a really nice twist at the end that is done really well. I probably shouldn't have said that, but I had to say it. Okay. All right, we're going to do that one. I'm pretty sure this was like even like put into a book at some point. Certified meanie. All right, see you later, Cola man. Thanks for dropping in. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, it's another one of those things where it says the estimating rating time is 20 minutes, but it's not going to be 20 minutes. It's going to be like probably 30 to 40. But hold on, let me prepare my throat real quick. That sounded weird. Don't take that out of context. I was listening to this in the background, then zoned out. So what happened? Stuff. I did not make it sound weird. It just was, all right. Shut up. Anyway, Taco, to tell you what happened, you're just gonna have to read it for yourself. But now, oh, ooh, that was weird. Now, we are in reading mode. We are going to read Psychosis. I'm not gonna spoil the end of the story. Did I say Daco? I did not say Daco. I don't know where you got that from, but okay, whatever. I'm stalling too much. All right, guys. Today we are here to discuss the new Five Nights at Freddy's. I can't do his accent. I'm not good with accents. I love the guy though. Love his videos. My dog has psychosis. Oh. Anyway, I don't know how to respond to that. Sunday. I'm not sure why I'm writing this down on paper and not on my computer. I guess I've just noticed some odd things. It's not that I don't trust the computer. I just need to organize my thoughts. I need to get down all the details somewhere objective. Somewhere I know that what I write can't be deleted or changed. Not that that's happened. It's just everything blurs together here, and the fog of memory lends a strange cast to things. I'm starting to feel cramped in this small apartment. Maybe that's the problem. I just had to go and choose the cheapest apartment, the only one in the basement. The lack of windows down here makes day and night seem to slip by seamlessly. I haven't been out in a few days because I've been working on this programming project so intensively. I suppose I just wanted to get it done. Hours of sitting and staring at a monitor can make someone feel strange, I know, but I don't think that's it. I'm not sure when I first started to feel like something was odd. I can't even define what it is. Maybe I just haven't talked to anyone in a while. That's the first thing that crept up on me. Everyone I normally talk to online while I program has been idle, or they've simply not logged on at all. My instant messages go unanswered. The last email I got from anybody was a friend saying he'd talk to me when he got back from the store, and that was yesterday. I'd call with my cell phone, but reception is terrible down here. Yeah, that's it. I just needed to call someone. I'm going to go outside. Well, that didn't work so well. As the tingle of fear fades, I'm feeling a little ridiculous for being scared at all. I looked in the mirror before I went out, but I didn't shave the 2-day stubble I've grown. I figured I was just going out for a quick cell phone call. I did change my shirt though, because it was lunchtime, and I guessed that I'd run into at least one person I knew. That didn't end up happening. I wish it did. When I went out, I opened the door to my small apartment slowly. A small feeling of apprehension had somehow already logged itself in me, for some undefinable reason. I chalked it up to having not spoken to anyone but myself for a day or two. I peered down the dingy gray hallway, made dingier by the fact that it was a basement hallway. On one end, a large metal door led to the building's furnace room. It was locked, of course. Two dreary soda machines stood by it. I bought a soda from one the first day I moved in, but it had a 2-year-old expiration date. I'm fairly sure nobody knows those machines are even down here, or my cheap landlady just doesn't care to get them restocked. I closed my door softly and walked to the other direction, taking care not to make a sound. I have no idea why I chose to do that, but it was fun giving in to the strange impulse not to break the droning hum of the soda machines, at least for the moment. I got to the stairwell and took the stairs up to the building's front door. I looked through the heavy door's small square window and received quite the shock. It was definitely not lunchtime. City gloom hung over the dark street outside, and the traffic lights at the intersection in the distance blinked yellow. Dim clouds, purple and black from the glow of the city, hung overhead. Nothing moved, save for the few sidewalk trees that shifted in the wind. I remember shivering, though I wasn't cold. Maybe it was the wind outside. I could vaguely hear it through the heavy metal door, and I knew it was that unique kind of late-night wind. The kind that was constant, cold, and quiet, save for the rhythmic music it made as it passed through countless unseen tree leaves. I decided not to go outside. Instead, I lifted my cell phone to the door's little window and checked the signal meter. The bars filled up the meter, and I smiled. Time to hear someone else's voice, I remember thinking, relieved. It was such a strange thing to be afraid of nothing. I shook my head, laughing at myself silently. I hit speed dial for my best friend Amy's number and held the phone up to my ear. It rang once, but then it stopped. Nothing happened. I listened to silence for a good 20 seconds, then hung up. I frowned and looked at the signal meter again. Still full. I went to dial her number again, but then my phone rang in my hand, startling me. I put it up to my ear. "Hello?" I asked, immediately fighting down a small shock at hearing the first spoken voice in days, even if it was my own. I had gotten used to the droning hum of the building's inner workings, my computer, and the soda machines in the hallway. There was no response to my greeting at first, but then, finally, a voice came. "Hey," said a clear male voice, obviously a college age like me. "Who's this?" "John," I replied, confused. "Oh, sorry, wrong number," he replied, then hung up. I lowered the phone slowly and leaned against the thick brick wall of the stairwell. That was strange. I looked at my received calls list, but the number was unfamiliar. But I could think on it further. I got that mixed up. Before I could think on it further, the phone rang loudly, shocking me yet again. This time, I looked at the caller before I answered. It was another unfamiliar number. This time I held the phone up to my ear, but said nothing. I heard nothing but the general background noise of a phone. Then a familiar voice broke my tension. "John?" was a single word in Amy's voice. I breathed a sigh of relief. "Hey, it's you," I replied. "Who else would it be?" she responded. "Oh, the number. I'm at a party on 7th Street, and my phone died just as you called me. This is someone else's phone, obviously." "Oh, okay," I said. "Where are you?" she asked. My eyes glanced over the drab whitewashed cylinder block walls and the heavy metal door with its small window. "I'm at my building," I said. "Just feeling cooped up. I didn't realize it was so late." You should come here, she said, laughing. Nah, I don't feel like looking for some strange place by myself in the middle of the night, I said, looking out the window at the silent, windy street that secretly scared me just a tiny bit. I think I'm just going to keep working or go to bed. Nonsense, she replied. I can come get you. Your building is close to 7th Street, right? How drunk are you? I asked lightheartedly. You know where I live. Oh, of course, she said abruptly. I guess I can't get there by walking, huh? You could if you wanted to waste half an hour, I told her. Right, she said. Okay, have to go. Good luck with your work. Sorry, hold on. Gotta take another sip. Ah. Don't ask where that noise was. I have no idea. Okay. I lowered the phone once more, looking at the numbers flash as the call ended. Then the droning silence suddenly reasserted itself in my ears. The two strange calls and the eerie street outside just drove home my aloneness in this empty stairwell. Perhaps from having seen too many scary movies, I had the sudden, inexplicable idea that something could look in the door's window and see me, some sort of horrible entity that hovered at the edge of aloneness, just waiting to creep up on unsuspecting people that stray too far from other human beings. I knew the fear was irrational, but nobody else was around, so I jumped down the stairs, ran down the hallway into my room, and closed the door as swiftly as I could, while still staying silent. Like I said, I feel a little ridiculous for being scared of nothing, and the fear has already faded. Writing this down helps a lot. It makes me realize that nothing is wrong. It filters out half-formed thoughts and fears and leaves only cold, hard facts. It's late. I got a call from a wrong number, and Amy's phone died, so she called me back from another number. Nothing strange is happening. Still, there was something a little off about that conversation. I know it could have just been the alcohol she'd had, or was it even her that seemed off to me? Or was it? Yes, that was it. I didn't realize it until this moment writing these things down. I knew writing things down would help. She said that she was at a party, but I only heard silence in the background. Of course, that doesn't mean anything in particular, as she could have just gone outside to make the call. No, that couldn't be it either. I didn't hear the wind. I need to see if the wind is still blowing. Monday. I forgot to finish writing last night. I'm not sure what I expected to see when I ran up the stairwell and looked out the heavy metal door's window. I'm feeling ridiculous. Last night's fear seemed hazy and unreasonable to me now. I can't wait to go out into the sunlight. I'm going to check my email, shave, shower, and finally get out of here. Wait. I think I heard something. It was thunder. That whole sunlight and fresh air thing didn't happen. I went out into the stairwell and up the stairs only to find disappointment. The heavy metal door's little window showed only flowing water as torrential rain slammed against it. Only a very dim, gloomy light filtered in through the rain. But at least I knew it was daytime, even if it was a gray, sickly, wet day. I tried looking out the window and waiting for lightning to illuminate the gloom, but the rain was too heavy and I couldn't make out anything more than vague, weird shapes moving at odd angles in the waves washing down the window. Disappointed, I turned around, but I didn't want to go back to my room. Instead, I wandered further up the stairs. past the first floor and the second. The stairs ended at the third floor, the highest floor in the building. I looked through the glass that ran up the outer wall of the stairwell, but it was that warped, thick kind that scatters the light. Not that there was much to see through the rain to begin with. I opened the stairwell door and wandered down the hallway. The 10 or so thick wooden doors, painted blue a long time ago, were all closed. I listened as I walked, but it was the middle of the day, so I wasn't surprised when I heard nothing but the rain outside. As I stood there in the dim hallway, listening to the rain, I had this strange, fleeting impression that the doors were standing like silent granite monoliths erected by some ancient forgotten civilization for some unfathomable guardian purpose. Lightning flashed, and I could have sworn that for just a moment, the old grainy blue wood looked just like rough stone. I laughed at myself for letting my imagination get the best of me, but then it occurred to me that the dim gloom and lightning must mean there was a window somewhere in the hallway. A vague memory surfaced, and I suddenly recalled that the third floor had an alcove and an inset window halfway down the floor's hallway. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large thin glass window. Wait, hold on, what's an alcove? I'm dead ass. I don't know what that looks like. Oh, okay. Okay, so is what okay, I feel kind of stupid for not knowing that. Anyway, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, hold on. Excited to look out into the rain and possibly see another human being, I quickly walked over to the alcove, finding the large thin glass window. Rain washed down it, as with the front door's window, but I could open this one. I reached a hand out to slide it open, but hesitated. I had the strangest feeling that if I opened that window, I would see something absolutely horrifying on the other side. Everything's been so odd lately, so I came up with a plan. And I came back here to get what I needed. I don't seriously think anything will come of it, but I'm bored, it's raining, and I'm going stir crazy. I came back to get my webcam. The cord isn't long enough to reach the third floor by any means, so instead I'm going to hide it in between the two soda machines in the dark end of my basement hallway. Run the wire along the wall and under my door, and put black duct tape over the wire to blend it in with the black plastic strip that runs along the base of the hallway's walls. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. I butchered that. Hold up. I know this is silly, but I don't have anything better to do. What did I just spat out? Well, nothing happened. I propped open the hallway 2 stairwell door, steeled myself, then flung the heavy front door wide open and ran like hell down the stairs to my room and slammed the door. I watched the webcam on my computer intently, seeing the hallway outside my door and most of the stairwell. I'm watching it right now, and I don't see anything interesting. I just wish the camera's position was different so that I could see out the front door. Hey, somebody's online. I got out an older, less functional webcam that I had in my closet to video chat with my friend online. I couldn't really explain to him why I wanted to video chat, but it felt good to see another person's face. He couldn't talk very long, and we didn't talk about anything meaningful, but I feel much better. My strange fear has almost passed. I would feel completely better, but there was something odd about our conversation. I know that I've said that everything has seemed odd, but still, he was very vague in his responses. I can't recall one specific thing he said, no particular name or place or event, but he did ask for my email address to keep in touch. Wait, I just got an email. I'm about to go out. I just got an email from Amy that asked me to meet her for dinner at the place we usually go to. I do love pizza, and I've just been eating random food from my poorly stocked fridge for days, so I can't wait. Again, I feel ridiculous for about the odd couple of days I've been having. I should destroy this journal when I get back. Oh, another email. Oh my god. I almost left the email and opened the door. I almost opened the door. I almost opened the door, but I read the email first. It was from a friend I hadn't heard from in a long time, and it was sent to a huge number of emails that must have been every person he had saved in his address list. It had no subject, and it said simply, "Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them, they." What the hell is that supposed to mean? The words shock me, and I keep going over and over them. Is it a desperate email sent just as something happened? The words are obviously cut off without finishing. On any other day, I would have dismissed this as spam from a computer or virus or something. But the words, "seen with your own eyes." I can't help but read over this journal and think back on the last few days and realize that I have not seen another person with my own eyes or talked to another person face to face. The webcam conversation with my friend was so strange, so vague, so eerie, now that I think about it. What was it, eerie? Or is the fear clouding my memory? My mind toys with the progression of events I've written here, pointing out that I have not been presented with one single fact that I did not specifically give out unsuspectingly. The random wrong number that got my name, and the subsequent strange return call from Amy, the friend that asked for my email address. I messaged him first when I saw him online. And then I got my first email a few minutes after that conversation. Oh my god. That phone call with Amy. I said over the phone. I said that I was within half an hour's walk of 7th Street. They know I'm near there. What if they're trying to find me? Where is everyone else? Why haven't I seen or heard anyone else in days? No. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. I need to calm down. This madness needs to end. I don't know what to think. I ran about my apartment furiously, holding my cell phone up to every corner to see if it got a signal through the heavy walls. Finally, in the tiny bathroom near one ceiling corner, I got a single bar. Holding my phone there, I sent a text to every number in my list. Not wanting to betray anything about my unfounded fears, I simply sent, "You seen anyone face to face lately?" At that point, I just wanted any reply back. I didn't care what the reply was, or if I embarrassed myself. I tried to call someone a few times, but I couldn't get my head up high enough, and if I brought my cell phone down even an inch, it lost signal. Then I remembered the computer and rushed over to it, instant messaging everyone online. Most were idle or away from their computer. Nobody responded. My messages grew more frantic, and I started telling people where I was and to stop by in person for a host of barely passable reasons. I didn't care about anything by that point. I just needed to see another person. I also tore apart my apartment looking for something that I might have missed, some way to contact another human being without opening the door. I know it's crazy. I know it's unfounded, but what if I just need to be sure? I taped the phone to the ceiling in case. Tuesday. The phone rang. Sorry. The phone rang. Exhausted from last night's rampage, I must have fallen asleep. I woke up to the phone ringing and ran into the bathroom, stood up on the toilet, and flipped open the phone taped to the ceiling. It was Amy, and I feel so much better. She was really worried about me, and apparently had been trying to contact me since the last time I talked to her. She's coming over now, and yes, she knows where I am without me telling her. I feel so embarrassed. I'm definitely throwing this journal away before anyone sees it. I don't even know why I'm writing in it now. Maybe it's just because it's the only communication I've had at all since God knows when. I look like hell, too. I looked in the mirror before I came back in here. My eyes are sunken, my stubble is thicker, and I just look generally unhealthy. My apartment is trashed, but I'm not going to clean it up. I think I need someone else to see what I've been through. These past few days have not been normal. I'm not one to imagine things. I know I have been the victim of extreme probability. I probably missed seeing another person a dozen times. I just happened to go out when it was late at night or the middle of the day when everyone was gone. Everything's perfectly fine. I know this now. Plus, I found something in the closet last night that has helped me tremendously. A television. I set it up just before I wrote this, and it's on in the background. Television has always been an escape for me, and it reminds me that there's a world beyond these dingy brick walls. I'm glad Amy's the only one that responded to me after last night's frantic pestering of everyone I could contact. She's been my best friend for years. She doesn't know it, but I count the day that I met her among one of the few moments of true happiness in my life. I remember that warm summer day fondly. It seems a different reality from this dark, rainy, lonely place. I feel like I spent days sitting in that playground, much too old to play, just talking with her and hanging around doing nothing at all. I still feel like I can go back to that moment sometimes. And it reminds me that this damn place is not all that there is. Finally, a knock on the door. I thought it was odd that I couldn't see her through the camera. I hid between the two soda machines. I figured that it was bad positioning, like when I couldn't see out the front door. I should have known. I should have known. After the knock, I yelled through the door jokingly that I had a camera between the soda machines because I was embarrassed I was embarrassed to myself that I had taken this paranoia so far. After I did that, I saw her image walk over to the camera and look down at it. She smiled and waved. "Hey," she said to the camera brightly, giving it a wry look. "It's weird, I know," I said into the mic attached to my computer. I've had a weird few days." "Must have," she replied. "Open the door, John." I hesitated. How could I be sure? "Hey, humor me a second here," I told her through the mic. "Tell me one thing about us. Just prove me you're you." She gave the camera a weird look. All right, she said, slowly thinking. We met randomly at a playground when we were both way too old to be there. I sighed deeply as reality returned and fear faded. God, I'd been so ridiculous. Of course it was Amy. That day wasn't anywhere in the world except in my memory. I never even mentioned it to anyone, not out of embarrassment, but out of a strange secret nostalgia and a longing for those days to return. If there was some unknown force at work trying to trick me, as I feared, there was no way they could know about that day. All right, I'll explain everything, I told her. Be right there. I ran to my small bathroom and fixed my hair as best I could. I looked like hell, but she would understand. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made of the place, I walked to the door and oh my god, I butchered that tone. Snickering at my own unbelievable behavior and the mess I'd made of the place, I walked to the door. I put my hand on the doorknob and gave the mess one last look. So ridiculous, I thought. My eyes traced over the half-eaten food lying on the ground, the overflowing trash bin, and the bed I'd tipped to the side looking for God knows what. I almost turned to the door, oh yeah, that's right. I almost turned to the door and opened it, but my eyes fell on one last thing. The old webcam, the one I used for that eerily vacant chat with my friend. Its silent black sphere lay haphazardly tossed to the side, its lens pointed at the table where this journal lay. An overwhelming terror took me as I realized that if something could see through that camera, it would have seen what I just wrote about that day. I asked her for any one thing about us, and she chose the only thing in the world that I thought they or it did not know. But it did. It did know. It could have been watching me the whole time. I didn't open the door. I screamed in uncontrollable terror. I stomped on the old webcam on the floor. The door shook and the doorknob tried to turn, but I didn't hear Amy's voice through the door. Was the basement door made to keep out drafts too thick? Or was Amy not outside? What could have been trying to get in if not her? What the hell is out there? I saw her on my computer through the camera outside. I heard her on the speakers through the camera outside. But was it real? How can I know? She's gone now. I screamed and shouted for help. I piled up everything in my apartment against the front door. Sorry. Taking a sip. I'm running out of drink. Actually, wait. I'm gonna pause right here, and I'm gonna go get some water. Okay, I'm back. Y'all still with me? All right. Thanks, Statham. All right. Cool. Just making sure we're all still here. Again, this is another one of those like long reads, but it's good. I love it so much. Brown might have succumbed to the fire. It was only a matter of time. All right, cool. Thanks, 80. Thanks, Slay Spike. All right. Back to the read. Friday. At least I think that it's Friday. I broke everything electronic. I smashed my computer to pieces. Every single thing on there could have been accessed by a network access, or worse, altered. I'm a programmer, I know. Every little piece of information I gave out since this started, my name, my email, my location, none of it came back from outside until I gave it out. I've been going over and over what I wrote. I've been pacing back and forth, alternating between stark terror and overpowering disbelief. Sometimes I'm absolutely certain some phantom entity is dead set on the simple goal of getting me to go outside. Back to the beginning with the phone call from Amy. She was effectively asking me to open the door and go outside. I keep running through it in my head. One point of view says I've acted like a madman, and all of this is the extreme convergence of probability. Never going outside at the right times by pure luck, never seeing another person by pure chance, getting a random nonsense email from some computer virus at just the right time. The other point of view says that extreme convergence of probability is the reason that whatever's out there hasn't gotten me already. I keep thinking, I never opened the window on the 3rd floor. I never opened the front door until that incredibly stupid stunt with the hidden camera, after which I ran straight to my room and slammed the door. I haven't opened my own solid door since I flung open the front door of the building. Whatever's out there, if anything's out there, never made an appearance in the building before I opened the front door. Maybe the reason it wasn't in the building already was that it was elsewhere getting everyone else, and then it waited until I betrayed my existence by trying to call Amy, a call which didn't work, until it called me and asked me my name. Sorry, I was just looking at chat. Okay, no, sorry. I was just seeing that Jathan was like, damn, I thought the mods fell asleep. Nah, they're still here. They're chilling. These are my friends. They help so much. I love them. Anyway. Terror literally overwhelms me every time I try to fit the pieces of this nightmare together. That email short cutoff. Was it from someone trying to get word out? Some friendly voice desperately trying to warn me before it came? Seen with my own eyes. Don't trust them. Exactly what I've been so suspicious of. What could have masterful control of all things electronic practicing its insidious deception to trick me into coming outside. Why can't it get in? It knocked on the door. It must have some solid presence. The door. The image of those doors in the upper hallway as guardian monoliths flashes back in my mind every time I trace this path of thought. If there is some phantom entity trying to get me to go outside, maybe it can't get through the doors. I keep thinking back over all the books I've read or movies I've seen, trying to generate some explanation for this. Doors have always been such intense FOCI. I'm just gonna say FOCI of human imagination, always seen as wards or portals of special importance. Or perhaps the door is just too thick. I know that I couldn't bash through any of the doors in this building, let alone the heavy basement ones. Aside from that, the real question is, why does it even want me? If it just wanted to kill me, it could do it any number of ways, including just waiting until I starve to death. What if it doesn't want to kill me? What if it has some far more horrific fate in store for me? God, what can I do to escape this nightmare? A knock on the door. I told the people on the other side of the door, I need a minute to think and I'll come out. I'm really just writing this down so I can figure out what to do. At least this time I heard their voices. My paranoia, and yes, I recognize I'm being paranoid, has me thinking of all sorts of ways that their voices could be faked electronically. There could be nothing but speakers outside simulating human voices. Did it really take them 3 days to come talk to me? Amy's supposedly out there, along with 2 policemen and a psychiatrist. Maybe it took them 3 days to think of what to say to me. The psychiatrists claim that the psychiatrist's claim could be pretty convincing if I decided to think that this has all been a crazy misunderstanding and not some entity trying to trick me into opening the door. The psychiatrist had an older voice, authoritarian but still caring. I liked it. I'm desperate just to see someone with my own eyes. He said I have something called cyber-psychosis, and I'm just one of a nationwide epidemic of thousands of people having breakdowns triggered by a suggestive email that got through somehow. I swear he said it got through somehow. Or no, sorry. I swear he said got through somehow. I think he means spread throughout the country inexplicably, but I'm incredibly suspicious that the entity slipped up and revealed something. He said I am part of a wave of emergent behavior, that a lot of other people are having the same problem with the same fears, even though we've never communicated. That neatly explains the strange email about eyes that I got. I didn't get the original triggering email. I got a descendant of it. My friend could have broken down too and tried to warn everyone he knew against his paranoid fears. That's how the problem spreads, the psychiatrist claims. I could have spread it too with my texts and instant messages online to everybody I know. One of those people might be melting down right now after being triggered by something I sent them, something they might interpret any way that they want, something like a text saying, "Seen anyone face to face lately?" The psychiatrist told me that he didn't want to lose another one, that people like me are intelligent and that's our downfall. We draw connections so well that we draw them even when they shouldn't be there. He said it's easy to get caught up in paranoia in our fast-paced world, a constantly changing place where more and more of our interaction is simulated. I have to give him one thing. It's a great explanation. It neatly explains everything. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. Oh, fuck. It perfectly explains everything, in fact. I have every reason to shake off this nightmarish fear that something or consciousness or being out there wants me to open the door so it can capture me for some horrible fate worse than death. It would be foolish, after hearing that explanation, to stay in here until I starve to death, just to spite, oh god, just to spite the entity that might have got everyone else. It would be foolish to think that, after hearing that explanation, I might be one of the last people left alive on an empty world, hiding in my secure basement room, spiting some unthinkable deceptive entity just by refusing to be captured. It's a perfect explanation for every single strange thing I've seen or heard, and I have every reason in the world to let all my fears go and open the door. That's exactly why I'm not going to. How can I be sure? How can I know what's real and what's deception? All these damn things with their wires and their signals that originate from some unseen origin. They're not real. I can't be sure. Signals through a camera, faked video, deceptive phone calls, emails, even the television lying broken on the floor. How can I possibly know it's real? It's just signals, waves, light. The door. It's bashing. Oh, fuck. The door. It's bashing on the door. It's trying to get in. What insane mechanical contrivance could it be using this to simulate the sound of men attacking the heavy wood so well? At least I'll finally see it with my own eyes. There's nothing left in here for it to deceive me with. I've ripped apart everything else. It can't deceive my eyes, can it? Seen with your own eyes, don't trust them. Wait. Was that desperate message telling me to trust my eyes, or warning me about my eyes too? Oh my god. What's the difference between a camera and my eyes? They both turn light into electrical signals. They're the same. I can't be deceived. I have to be sure. I have to be sure. Date unknown. I calmly asked for a paper and a pen, day in and day out, until it finally gave them to me. Not that it matters. What am I going to do? Poke my eyes out? Bandages feel like part of me now. The pain is gone. I figure that this will be one of my last chances to write legibly, as, without my sight to correct mistakes, my hands will slowly forget the motions involved. This is a sort of self-indulgence, this writing. It's a relic of another time. Because I'm certain everyone left in the world is dead. Or something far worse. I sit against the padded wall day in and day out. The entity brings me food and water. It masks itself as a kind nurse, as an unsympathetic doctor. I think it knows that my hearing has sharpened considerably now that I live in darkness. It fakes conversations in the hallways, on the off chance that I might overhear. One of the nurses talks about having a baby soon. One of the doctors lost his wife in a car accident. None of it matters. None of it is real. None of it gets to me. Not like she does. That's the worst part. The part I almost can't handle. The thing comes to me, masquerading as Amy. Its recreation is perfect. It sounds exactly like Amy, feels exactly like her. It even produces a reasonable facsimile of tears that it makes me feel on its lifelike cheeks. When it first dragged me here, it told me all the things I wanted to hear. It told me that she loved me, that she had always loved me, that it didn't understand why I did this, that we could still have a life together. If only I would stop insisting that I was being deceived. It wanted me to believe. No, it needed me to believe that she was real. I almost fell for it. I really did. I doubted myself for the longest time. In the end, though, it was all too perfect, too flawless, too real. The false Amy used to come every day, and then every week, and finally stopped coming altogether. And I don't think the entity will give up. I think the waiting game is just another one of its gambits. I will resist it for the rest of my life if I have to. I don't know what happened to the rest of the world, but I do know that this thing needs me to fall for its deceptions. If it needs that, then maybe, just maybe, I am a thorn in its agenda. Maybe Amy is still alive out there somewhere, kept alive only by my will to resist the deceiver. I hold on to that hope, rocking back and forth in my cell to pass the time. I will never give in. I will never break. I am a hero. The doctor read the paper with the patient had scribbled on. It was barely readable, written in the shaky script of one who could not see. He wanted to smile at the man's steadfast resolve, a reminder of the human will to survive, but he knew that the patient was completely delusional. After all, a sane man would have fallen for the deception long ago. The doctor wanted to smile. He wanted to whisper words of encouragement to the delusional man. He wanted to scream, but the nerve filaments wrapped around his head and into his eyes made him do otherwise. His body walked into the cell like a puppet and told the patient, once more, that he was wrong and that there was nobody trying to deceive him. And that's the whole story. Written by Matt Demersky. That is a very awesome story that I love so much. What do you guys think about it? That's great. Yeah. Right? The fucking ending, man. Like yeah. I think I might do that in a video at some point if I can. That's a long one, but man, is it so good. That was fun to narrate too. It was a tad bit sad. I can see why. What is next is the question. We will see. Bro, I was waiting for a visual jump scare the whole time. Nah, man, it's just about a guy who might be going insane, but also might not. I don't know. I liked it. I'm gonna take a short break real quick to heal my throat a bit. But man, that was I might listen to that again when the stream is over. Like listen to like Mr. Creepypasta narrate that because he does a really good job. You'd think he was just going insane throughout the whole story, and I feel like the ending might suggest otherwise. I don't think it just suggests it blatantly tells you, hey, oh yeah, no, he was right the whole time. Instead of being insane, just be sane. Simple solution. Hey, if you're hungry, then just stop. Is this real? No, this is not a real story. I don't think any of these, any of the things I read or make videos of, I don't want that to ever come across as real stories. Because I don't think they're meant to be that way. I have water, Zadie. Thank you. I have water with me. Cheese pizza and Dr. Pepper time. Nah. I had pizza yesterday. And I think I need water right now. Hey, Box. How you doing, dude? Box, I saw the stick figure art that you posted yesterday. That was really good. I really liked it. How you doing, dude? I'm horrid, but how are you? Oh, that's I'm sorry to hear that, man. I'm fine. My throat kind of hurts, but because I've been reading out loud for 2.5 hours, but I mean, I'm doing good. We just finished watching Psychosis, or not watching, reading Psychosis, and that's a really good story. I'm glad you didn't die of McDonald's at the start of the stream. Yeah. Take a cough drop. I don't have any cough drops. Time for a quick snack of... Man, I love a quick snack of... Glasses are a bitch. Yeah, they are. I agree. Tea with honey? I don't got any of that. Maybe I do. I just don't feel like chucking. I'm fine though. I say my throat doesn't feel great. That's an overstatement. I just mean, like, you know, it's worn out a bit, but it'll be fine, like, after not talking for 10 minutes. Play Among Us as a break. I'm not playing Among Us. I say we destroy the education system and replace it with creepypasta readings. That's a great idea. I love that. Can the fire burn the fire? Is water wet? That's the real question. Sorry, I just stretched. Man. I wasn't literally asking if water was wet. I was just... Actually, you know what? Let me tell you guys about something that I think about a lot. So, I mean, technically, by scientific terms, it is wet. No, wait, but wait. Okay, no, we're talking about this now. Water can't make itself wet because something being wet is described as the thing being, like, you know, soaked or covered in water or some sort of liquid, right? You can't do that with the literal liquid itself because it can't be on top of itself, if that makes sense. It's just more of itself. Creepypasta plus relic equals cancer. Hey! Yeah. Is lava wet then? I don't know. That's a good question. I know, but the hydrogen bonds bond together to make water droplets. Sure. But, like, saying something is wet, I mean, I don't know. I'm not that scientific. But, like, yeah, is fire burnt? Yeah, you can't roast a fire. Anyway, I'm gonna talk about something real quick. Reminisce, I guess. Wait, really? If everything we know is wet, isn't wet. What? What? What if everything we know is wet isn't wet? We're getting way too philosophical with this. Ice is wet because of the water on it. Slay Spike, I swear to God. Ice is just cold water, though. I don't know. Is Dr. Pepper burnt? Shut up. What did you start by asking if water? I was just... Taco, this is your fault. I'm kidding. No, okay. I'm gonna switch the subject real quick because otherwise we're gonna get way too deep into this. I want to reminisce about something, like a core memory that I have. I remember back when I first discovered creepypastas, like when I was like 12 years old. Like I already knew about like Slender Man and all that by then, but I actually like fully discovered creepypastas when I was like 12. Yeah, Bucks, go for it. You could totally start it. I mean, hey, if I mean, I wouldn't say it if your heart's not in it, but I mean, hey, if you like what you're doing, then yeah, keep going, man. If you didn't know about Slender Man, that would be sad. It would be. No, yeah. But yeah, I remember like listening to you know, Mr. Creepypasta and Creepypasta Jr. and all that. And like this was all new to me. I remember some points I'd like see a Mr. Creepypasta video, right? And it would have like a thumbnail of like something really spooky. And I would see that and it would like keep me up for like when I went to bed, it would keep me up. Just a picture. That only happened like a few times, and then, you know, as I kept going, you know, I got more desensitized by it. But I just remember this one time, I was playing Minecraft, ironically, and I was trying to make like a build of some sort, and I remember when I was trying to like I was building in creative. When I was building that, there was like a little hallway I made, right? That wasn't really well lit. I remember as I'm listening to these creepypastas, I would see that hallway, which by the way led to like a bedroom I made. So I would have to, you know, I'd be going in and out of that little hallway every time I wanted to sleep. There's like a little dark corner at the very end that made me so paranoid because I thought, oh, what if like Herobrine like stands there at some point. The first time I saw a picture of Jeff the Killer, I got so scared. Yeah. I didn't get as scared as I would have thought when I saw the Jeff the Killer picture, but I definitely got unsettled. No, but I actually remember the way I got introduced to creepypastas was through TF2. You're like 7, yeah, makes sense. No, yeah, I learned of creepypastas through TF2, and I remember there was this one person I think that, you know, posted like narrations, I think, or he made the stories himself. I'm not sure. Yeah, TF2 creepypastas, yeah. And most of them like were kind of the same, where it was just, oh man, the TF2 character is real and they're out to get me for some reason. What's funny though is that I remember one night I was like binge listening to all these, and there was this one. I think it was either spy, or it was either about spy or medic, and it had a warning at the very start. It was like, viewer discretion is advised. It, I don't remember exactly what it said, but it boiled down to this. This story is very spooky. Listen at your own risk or whatever. So I literally actually took that warning seriously and put it off until the very next morning, because I didn't want to like be, I didn't want to like stay up at night. And my disappointment when I the very next day when I listened to it and it was like so bad. I was like, "Oh man, this isn't scary at all. I totally could have listened to this at like last night. God, this sucks." There's a lot of, there was a lot of like TF2 creepypastas that just aren't great. I remember specifically though, the one about the spy was like somehow the spy became real and he had the dead ringer, and the narrator like shot him with a shotgun, and like I think it ended with like, and then I heard the dead ringer noise, and it was just so funny to me. Yeah. Yeah, now let's just all fight Herobrine. Nah, we'll just let Kevin take care of it. Kevin got it. Thought of Herobrine in my world terrified me as a kid. I refused to play single player for like a month. Really? That's crazy. Yeah, go Kevin. Oh wait, no, Box got it. Box knows how to throw hands. Also, hi Liam. Sorry, I forgot to say before. Nice of you to join us. Appreciate it, really. We're just talking about stuff. Kevin probably can 1v1 Herobrine. Oh yeah, for sure. That's my favorite meme ever. I'm so glad that like a lot of the memes don't even explain who Kevin is. You just like, if you're in the know, you're in the know. All right. Up next on the Raylick stream, Herobrine creepypasta. I could do that. But the thing is, it's such a short thing, you know? It's literally just like the original thing is literally just a 4chan post. But I mean, if you want me to read the Herobrine thing, that I'm cool with that. If I can find it. The Kevin lore. Where can I find the Kevin lore? I'd love to read the Kevin lore. I would make a whole fucking video about Kevin. He is the GOAT. The thing is, I wouldn't want to write it myself. You're supposed to be the hero, Brian. Herobrine. I think I like that name. Man, the Minecraft movie, dude. Okay, I think I found the original. But well, it's kind of the original post. No, yeah, here we go. I found the original post. New art drop? Is that so? Like writes a creepypasta. Oh, that's gonna be the worst thing you'd ever fucking see in your life. One of us has to write a story about Kevin and then Raylick reads it for real. I would not be opposed to that. I'd love to read it. Oh, Box, I'm seeing your new art drop. That shit goes hard. Like, damn. You're really good with making the stick figures. Wait, what's this? For real me? I can't really read the text all that much. I can't read what that says, but I like the pose. No, but I loved the one. Like, I saw the I saw the one earlier today, where I'm getting hit by a truck. I don't know. I love that. I love that so much. Here, wait. I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna put this on stream because this is just so funny to me. Says, yeah, I'm masculine, bro. Also me when there's a female option. Oh. All right, perfect. All right, come on, come on. Where are you? There you are. Everyone gaze upon this beauty. Put it right there. Look at that. What do you mean look behind me? I physically can't. New thumbnail. I love your caption too. It's just, you've been hit by, you've been struck by, truck. Ow! Breaking news, Ryan fucking, fuck, Raylick fucking dies because he is two-dimensional. I like how it's not even like I die from anything specific. It's just the fact that I'm in the second dimension. Just the second dimension. It's like, oh, I die because I'm in France. What the heck happened? We're taking a little bit of break for my sake, but that's just France. Hold on. Back at Eiffel Tower. Too bad France isn't real. What do you mean too bad? My sake, we're laughing about you getting hit by a truck. Yeah, and isn't it so fucking funny? Does viewers finally sit, or are we just short? Viewer interpretation, I guess. It's up to you. Relic versus truck video coming out when? I'll put it on the list. Okay. We need lore about who's trying to kill Relic. A lot of people are trying to kill me. It's like whoever kills this person first gets a chicken nugget. And boy, are they hungry. You're making lore? Okay. Sure, man. I'd love to see it. I'd love to do a stream where we just we look at the timeline of Box's lore, because that actually sounds like really entertaining. I would love that, man. Not saying you gotta do that. I don't mean to put like stress on you or anything. Oh crap, what have I done? Oh no, okay, wait, no, Box, please. Don't do it if you don't want to, please. What's Relic's bounty? A chicken nugget? Worth it. Is it a dino chicken nugget? No, it's just a McDonald's nugget. Would Kevin? No, Kevin can't do that. Kevin's the goat, man. I'd be so saddened if Kevin were out to get me. God. Can you imagine if, like, just imagine people catch on to this and people like across YouTube would see me as the guy that Kevin's trying to kill. That'd be an interesting thing to be known for. Breaking news, Raylick dies from Kevin. It's tragic, I know. Seems normal. Okay. Sorry, I'm totally not eating an actual chicken nugget right now. Okay. I think now we should read the Herobrine thing. I don't know. That seems fun. I want to do that. I decided. Eating chicken nugget caught in 4K on stream. No, am I getting canceled for that? Relic should figure out the next creepypasta before Kevin appears and steals his chicken nuggets. Oh my god. You could still die at McDonald's. So far, I'm fine, Catherine. So far, we live. But for now, it's your prime time, baby. Yep, you're getting canceled for that. And I don't think you'll come back from this one this time. Alright, here we go. October 30th, 2010, right? This person posts on 4chan saying, I had recently spawned a new world in single-player Minecraft. Everything was normal at first as I began chopping down trees and crafting a workbench. I noticed something move amongst the dense fog. I have a very slow computer, so I have to play with a tiny render distance. I thought it was a cow, so I pursued it, hoping to grab some hides for armor. It wasn't a cow, though. Looking back at me was another character with the default skin, but his eyes were empty. I saw no name pop up, and I double-checked to make sure I wasn't in multiplayer mode. He didn't stay long. He looked at me and quickly ran into the fog. I pursued out of curiosity, but he was gone. I continued on with the game, not sure what to think. As I expanded the world, I saw things that seemed out of place for the random map generator to make. 2x2 tunnels in the rocks, small perfect pyramids made of sand in the ocean, and groves of trees with all their leaves cut off. I would constantly think I saw the other player in the deep fog, but I never got a better look at him. I tried increasing my render distance too far whenever I thought I saw him, but it was no avail. I saved the map and went on the forums to see if anyone else had found the pseudo player. There were none. I created my own topics telling of the man and asking if anyone had a similar experience. The post was deleted within 5 minutes. I tried again and the topic was deleted even faster. I received a PM from username Herobrine containing one word: stop. When I went to look at Herobrine's profile, the page 404'd. I received an email from another forum user. He claimed the mods can read the forum user messages, so we were safer using email. The emailer claimed that he had seen the mystery player too, and had a small directory of other users who had seen him as well. Their worlds were littered with obviously man-made features as well, and described their mystery player to have no pupils. About a month passed until I heard from my informant again. Some of the people who had encountered the mystery man had looked into the name Herobrine and found that name to be frequently used by a Swedish gamer. After some further information gathering, it was revealed to be the brother of Notch, the game's developer. I personally emailed Notch and asked him if he had a brother. It took him a while, but he emailed me back with a very short message. I did, but he's no longer with us. Signed, Notch. I haven't seen the mystery man since our first encounter, and I haven't noticed any changes to the other world, to the world other than my own. I was able to press print screen, and when I first saw him, here's the only evidence of his existence. And then that iconic picture of him in the fog. Honestly, like, yeah, that one was. I don't know what to expect from that. Well, I mean, I did know what to expect because I've read it before, but I know what to get from that, I guess. It was fun. I mean, I liked it. It was kind of nice, like going through like memory lane and all that. The iconic story of Herobrine. But I don't know. There's not much to take away from it. I will say, because I remember as a kid, I believed it that Notch had a dead brother. He doesn't. I'm pretty sure he never even had a brother to begin with. So if you ever believe that, don't. It's misinformation. I'm just saying that because I know I did. Oh, you're playing Minecraft right now? Very nice. Hey, bro, you should read Baraska. Ooh. Or Pen Pal. Or 1999. Or Deepwood. Deepwood is the only one that I haven't heard of. I've listened to Baraska. That one's, oh, man, that's, well, first of all, that's a very long one. So that would have to be like its own like fucking stream, you know? But also, man, Baraska is like such a story, you know what I mean? Remember the removal of Herobrine on the MC updates? Yeah. Man, I don't know why, but I always appreciated that as a kid. You're gonna go sleep? Okay, Taco. You have a good night. I hope I was able to entertain you a little bit. Herobrine will never be removed. Sure, yeah. Let's go with that. You have a good night. Honestly, all those were no Efoxy, that all those are really good suggestions. I think I might take you up on one of those. You know, I've heard of Pen Pal. I never actually read it or listened to it. I'm pretty sure that's a very long one, so I might do that one another time. 1999 I'll do. I could do. Deepwood kind of like that one intrigues me a bit. I've never heard of that one, which I don't know. I hope is not a sin. But I remember listening to Baraska, and if you haven't read or listened to Baraska, then it's like, well, I mean, let's just say that it's an interesting one. My brother used to put on a Herobrine skin and harass me. Oh, that's both hilarious and really like, I'm so sorry. That must have really sucked. Portlock? Oh yeah, Portlock. Here, I'll see how. Let's see. I'll see how long Deepwood is. Oh, Deepwood. Oh, Deepwood is long. Oh, that would take up the whole rest of the stream. All right, let's look at Portlock. Well, okay, I'm not seeing one that's. I'm not seeing one that is like literally like called Portlock though. There are not a lot of stories though. Oh, I see. So there's just a lot of stories. Wait, are you saying there's like a lot of stories like revolving around Portlock, or I'm confused? Okay. Okay. Huh. I think I might. Okay. Well, if that's the case, then I want to do one that's like. I want to do like a couple ones that like won't take up a lot of time, because I mean, like, we've gone through like what, 3 so far. I want to get at least like 6 in by the end of the stream. People started going bye bye for no reason. Bye bye. Okay, let me think for a minute. Minute. I'll be honest, I kind of want to just do like the classic ones. I know it's probably lame to hear, but yeah, I don't know. What sucks is that I really want to do the ones that are like lost media, but that doesn't really, they don't hit the same when they don't have visuals, you know what I mean? Like Dead Bart, or the one with SpongeBob about like staring at you or something with no mouth. Say something funny, really. Something funny. I don't know. That was really stupid. I'm sorry. I'm not that funny. But okay. You know what? Maybe I'm sorry. There any stories about cryptids? Oh, that. I mean, would you count like the rake as a cryptid? I would kind of count it as a cryptid. Read the Russian sleep experiment. Ooh, I was considering that. I was considering that. That is a good one. You've never. Oh, you've never heard of the rake? Oh my god. No, don't. I want to sleep. How on brand that is for the Russian sleep experiment that you won't be able to sleep. Come on, it's good. It's a good one. Okay, fine. Because you haven't yet, you've never heard of the rake. I'll read that one. Because the rake is a very short one. Well, I mean, okay, it's like 10 minutes, but it's a good one. So the way this story works is that it's it's pretty much like a collection of notes and entries by different people who've experienced a similar thing, which I think is really interesting. It kind of reminds me of one of the stories that's like I think it's like a prequel to Abandoned by Disney, which I will also read at some point because I love it. Is Russian sleep experiment really that bad? I've never read it. It's up to the reader. I can't say anything because again I've been like I'm so desensitized by creepypastas that it didn't really do much to me. But I could be that I can't say the same for other people, you know. So so here we go. We're gonna read the rake. And what? Ooh, wait. First lore drop is out. Sorry, we gotta take a look at this. September 2024. McGrapeshot is hired to kill Raylick for a box of chicken nuggets. I bet we are on it. What? I got a whole squad coming after me. He has it posted in his community posts on his channel. But I kind of don't like that because like for some reason I'm looking at this on my computer and it's not showing me the full image. The text like cuts off. Entire PMC. Oh my god, dude. What the hell? What have I done? Holy shit. No, okay. All right. That's really good, Box. But I gotta keep reading. Okay. So the story starts with a suicide note, dated 1964. As I prepare to take my life, I feel it necessary to assuage any guilt or pain I have introduced through this act. It is not the fault of anyone other than him. For once I awoke and felt his presence, and once I awoke and saw his form. Once again I awoke and heard his voice, and looked into his eyes. I cannot sleep without fear of what I might next awake to experience. I cannot ever wake. Goodbye. Found in the same wooden box were 2 empty envelopes addressed to William and Rose, and 1 loose personal letter with no envelope. Dearest Lenny, I have prayed for you. He spoke your name. The next one is a journal entry, translated from Spanish, dated in 1880. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. And then the sentence cuts off, and then it's unintelligible text after that. The next one is a mariner's log, dated 1691. He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed, I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the rake. Next entry is from a witness, dated 2006. 3 years ago, I had just returned from a trip from Niagara Falls with my family for the 4th of July. We were all very exhausted after a long day of driving, so my husband and I put the kids right to bed and called it a night. At about 4 a.m., I woke up thinking my husband had gotten up to use the restroom. I used the moment to steal back the sheets, only to wake him in the process. I apologized and told him I thought he got out of bed. When he turned to face me, he gasped and pulled his feet from the end of the bed so quickly, his knee almost knocked me out of the bed. He then grabbed me and said nothing. After adjusting to the dark for half a second, I was able to see what caused the strange reaction. At the foot of the bed, sitting and facing away from us, there was what appeared to be a naked man or a large hairless dog of some sort. Its body position was disturbing and unnatural, as if it had been hit by a car or something. For some reason, I was not instantly frightened by it, but more concerned as to its condition. At this point, I was somewhat under the assumption that we were supposed to help him. My husband was peering over his arm and knee, tucked into the fetal position, occasionally glancing at me before returning to the creature. In a flurry of motion, the creature scrambled around the side of the bed and then crawled quickly in a flailing sort of motion right along the bed until it was less than a foot from my husband's face. The creature was completely silent for 30 seconds, or probably closer to 5. It just seemed like a while. Just looking at my husband. The creature then placed its hand on his knee and ran into the hallway, leading to the kids' rooms. I screamed and ran for the light switch, planning to stop him before he hurt my children. When I got to the hallway, the light from the bedroom was enough to see it crouching and hunched over about 20 feet away. He turned around and looked directly at me, covered in blood. I flipped the switch on the wall and saw my daughter, Clara. The creature ran down the stairs while my husband and I rushed to help our daughter. Daughter. She was very badly injured and spoke only once more in her short life. She said, "He is the rake." My husband drove his car into a lake that night while rushing our daughter to the hospital. He did not survive. Being a small town, news got around pretty quickly. The police were helpful at first, and the local newspaper took a lot of interest as well. However, the story was never published, and the local television news never followed up either. For several months, my son Justin and I stayed in a hotel near my parents' house. After we decided to return home, I began looking for answers myself. I eventually located a man in the next town over who had a similar story. We got in contact and began talking about our experiences. He knew of 2 other people in New York who had seen the creature we now referred to as the rake. It took the 4 of us about 2 solid years of hunting on the internet and writing letters to come up with a small collection of what we believed to be accounts of the rake. None of them, gave any details, history, or follow-up. One journal had an entry involving the creature in its first 3 pages, and never mentioned it again. A ship's log explained nothing of the encounter, saying only that they were told to leave by the rake. That was the last entry in the log. There were, however, many instances where the creature's visit was one of a series of visits with the same person. Multiple people also mentioned being spoken to, my daughter included. This led us to wonder if the rake had visited any of us before our last encounter. I set up a digital recorder near my bed and left it running all night, every night, for 2 weeks. I would tediously scan through the sounds of me rolling around in my bed each day when I woke up. By the end of the second week, I was quite used to the occasional sound of sleep while blurring through the recording at 8 times the normal speed. This still took almost an hour every day. On the first day of the 3rd week, I thought I heard something different. What I found was a shrill voice. It was the rake. I can't listen to it long enough to even begin to transcribe it. I haven't let anyone listen to it yet. All I know is that I've heard it before, and now I believe that it spoke when it was sitting in front of my husband. I don't remember hearing anything at the time, but for some reason, the voice on the recorder immediately brings me back to that moment. The thoughts that must have gone through my daughter's head make me very upset. I have not seen the rake since he ruined my life, but I know that he has been in my room while I slept. I know in fear that one night I'll wake up to see him staring at me. And that's essentially the whole story, written by Brian Somerville. I know that's kind of an abrupt end. Like, should I start doing creepypasta content so I can join the Tism squad? It's up to you, man. I mean, hey. You so wish. It'd be. I mean, I find that pretty cool, but it really is up to you if you enjoy doing that sort of stuff. Absolutely. It's fine. I wasn't gonna sleep anyways. Yeah, that's a story for sure. Or I guess that's less of a story and just more of like people recounting their experiences with it. I'm a ruin stories with my Irish accent. Oh, wait, you're actually gonna be like narrating shit? Oh shit, bro. Yeah, give that a try. I'd love to see that. I didn't even know you were Irish. Become a tism. Nah, man. I totally support you. For real. But yeah, no, the whole thing about the rake is that it's trying to come off as less of a story and more of uh sort of like a Wikipedia. Like after this, there's like a whole section about its appearance, its origins and images, other influences, stuff like that. And I don't know, I think that's cool. I think that's like the closest to cryptid that we could get. That's not cryptid. I don't know. I like it. I'm Irish, Malaysian, American. Oh, I see. Kind of funny that I do have sleep paralysis. Ah, that's not great. Rick is just a naked dog for real. Well, it said like human dog sort of guy, so it could really be either. What's my dog wearing? Fur, a collar. I don't know. He's just a furry. Can me join Tism Squad? No. Tony Stark built this double chunk chocolate cookie in a cave with a box of scraps. Tony Stark was able to build this in a cave with a box of scraps. I love Jeff Bridges. I only ever really see him as Kevin Flynn from Tron because I love Tron to death. That is like my comfort movie. I love Tron Legacy. Well, I mean, I like both Trons, but I prefer Tron Legacy, honestly. I know I talked about that before, but I can't not talk about it. Hi. Hi, Frog. I guess I'm known for being the stairs guy now. How about that? That's a new thing. Anyway, I'm just taking a break real quick. My favorite. That one was my favorite. Great work. Wait, which one was your favorite? Wait. I mean, thank you. Thank you so much, really. I just wanted to say that I've been watching you for a while and I got so happy to talk with you. Really made my day. Oh, I'm happy I got to talk to you too, really. I can like Keyhole is slowly becoming my favorite. Yeah. I mean, Keyhole was like, I think I spent like a day actually, like, I mean, I took a day to build the set and I took another day to like actually record it. That one was like a very easy one to do. But I am glad that I did it, you know? Like I said at the end of the video, that was one that I actually told like around a campfire and I don't know, that's that's such a nice memory that I have. I told Keyhole at a campfire this month. Oh, yes, you did. That is amazing. Great job. I don't know why I got super excited over that. That's awesome. I think maybe you commented that at some point. Maybe that was someone else though. I don't know. That's amazing. You're hearing voices from the fire. No, I'm good. My friend couldn't sleep. Oh. Heh. I told her at a campfire at a birthday. I was made to go in the woods for 10 minutes. Oh my god. I would be so happy if that happened to me. If I told that story and then someone was like, "No, you're going in the forest now. You're going in the forest for 10 minutes." I would gladly get up and walk over there, like laughing the whole way, because that would just be so funny to me. Why didn't anyone sit with you in your intros? I don't know. I don't know. You tell me. You choose not to, I guess. You're all a bunch of creeps. I trolled them by making demonic screeching and walking around the site. Fox, you evil. But also nice. Oh, thank you, Frog. I appreciate that. Frog, you are not a creep. You're the one and only person here who is not creepy. People who say have no whimsy. I was camping alone one time while on a call with friends. They made jokes about clowns, and I went back into the house. Oh, that's a buzzkill when they creep you out so much that you can't like sit by the fire anymore. It's sit, but I'm a talking gas mask in a box. Fair. What's your next creepypasta you want to do? I don't know if I want to give that away. Like, I kind of do, I kind of don't. And the clown was watching. Like, I definitely, like, here's the thing. So I'm almost done editing the current video I'm working on. And then I'm gonna, record the narration for the next creepypasta video I'm gonna do. So to reassure you that, I am still working on this. I will say though, and just to be real for a minute here, let's get real for a minute. Okay, no campfire, no campfire. It's just me. Okay, let's get real for a minute. Oh, you should wait. Listen, I want this to be very clear. I am not proud. God, the void, not again. I am not proud of this coming video. I know that's a weird thing to say, like especially when it's like, oh, just change it then. It's still in production. You can still do it. I'm so deep into this now that like I feel that I can't change it. So if you get disappointed when I release this, I really am sorry. It was, in my opinion, this is like one of my lower points. I know this is a really weird thing to say. I could easily probably just scrap it, right? But I haven't uploaded for over a month, so I need to get this out. And hey, if you do like it, then hey, thank you so much, but I don't really expect you to. What's wrong with it? Everything. Everything. Well, okay, not like anything that that's just involves like me. Anything, because like I have my friends helping out with this one, and they all did amazing jobs. I love them to death that they took the time to help me out with this. But anything that I did that I put myself on, I don't like. I know it'll please the people waiting. I don't think it will. I don't know. I I don't mean to come off as like, I guess I am coming off as insecure, but that's just, I don't know. This is just one of those things where it's like I don't like this, but I gotta finish it. It'll be me, mate. Stop being hard on yourself. I don't think I'm being hard on myself. I just feel like I'm trying to be real. I don't know. There's people who just post chips spinning. Hey, that's content. Chips spinning. Gotta love that. Especially the bread following. The bread falling. Love that. No, but there's a difference. Because this is like, this video is me trying to be funny and just not being funny. At least that's how I see it. And I don't know. Do not diss Duberman. I'm gonna go hit the sack. All right. Night, Nathaniel. Or Nathan, or however you want to be called. Thanks for chatting. Really appreciate it, man. You have a good night. No, but yeah, you still don't like it when you're done at a spinning chip. Like, I guess, I suppose so. Maybe I will do that. I don't know. No, but I don't know. I'm just I want to be transparent with you guys that, you know, this is not a video, like, if you are like, oh man, this isn't that great, just know that I agree with you. I'm willing to get back to the creepypasta shit. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so like vulnerable about this. This probably comes off as like really like awkward. But I don't know. Let's get back to the campfire. I have a joke. Why did the barber win the race? I don't know. Why did the barber win the race? Because he knew a shortcut. All right, time to end the stream. Goodbye, guys. I'm kidding. Now we'll do one more story. He cut corners. God. No, I just. Oh man. All right, we'll do one more story. Frog, I swear to God. If you leave us in a cliffhanger, I'm not sleeping. Technically, this isn't a cliffhanger. I haven't started the story yet. Why did the golfer bring 2 pairs of pants? I'm guessing it has something to do with 4. Guess you got a hole in one. Oh. I don't know if I should be disappointed or so proud right now. No, don't kick Frog. Do not kick Frog out. Frog is welcome here. Now, okay. I'm going to, in a second, start start the last story. But give me a minute while I do something. Just a silly little frog that loves dad jokes. They sure are. They sure are. Gotta love them for that. Why so serious? Okay. Let me get this going. Boop, boop. All right. Ooh, this is gonna be. Ooh, that cuts off. We don't want. Oh boy. Oh, don't make me. Oh, come on. Can I do this? Yeah, I can do that. Cool. And been listening for a little bit while animating a kind of horror themed stop motion for Halloween. Really been enjoying. Oh, thank you. I'm really curious about your animation, dude. Man, that likes Lego. I just saw your username. I don't know why. I. Oh wait, so you do Lego animations, bro? That's so. Holy shit, dude. Editing it right now? Cool. You gotta include the images for the story. I just don't know where to put them on the screen. There's not a whole lot of room. Tuning into the next stream. I have to. Thank you, Frog. No, I loved it. I'd love to see that animation you're working on, dude. Sounds hype. Why did I say it like that? You know what I mean. Read your dad joke, damn it. Should I though? Should I give your dad joke attention? Should I reward something so tasteless as a dad joke? You have to post it tonight? Okay. I'll take a look at it, man. Here, wait, hold up. Let me quickly subscribe to you so that I know. Give Frog attention. Fine. Well, fine. All right. Fine. What did the monkey say when his tail got caught in the meat grinder? It won't be so long now. Bro. Okay, that one was actually pretty good. Yeah, anytime, Lego. Can't wait to see the animation, bro. Really. All right. Let's actually I should get more water. I'll be right back. Hold up. Okay, I'm back. I got water, baby. Imagine drinking water in 2024. Ah, yeah. Frog, there's no way you're copy pasting the stairs story in the chat. Come on, man. I liked that video that I made, but man, no. Okay, let's begin. Best story. That is a really great story. I am really happy with that video. All right, we are going to begin the Russian sleep experiment. This is definitely this is an interesting one. So if you haven't heard or read this one before, strap in. Guys, my freaking tootsies are freezing and I'm under like 15 blankets. Help. Thanks for that information. Okay, here we go. Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water and toilet, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised falsely that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. I already need water. That part of the story? No. the whole Tootsie thing, that's just I was just reading what Zadie was saying. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began alternately whispering to the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity, with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, there's like no commas here. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber repeatedly, yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it, or rather didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart, smeared page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all five must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen five people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor, or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice response: "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more response using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones, to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although one could rightly call the state that any of them in... Wait, what? Sorry. 4 of the 5 subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth or as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the position and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm, I'm guessing it's called, remained in place. The skin... Oh, I'm sorry. Let me repeat that. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed. While the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place, the skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off. Oh my god, what's happening to me? Had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the ribcage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid... Oh my god, sorry. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. Oh my god, what's happening with me? I can't read for some reason. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. I need water, hold up. Light meal. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility. but still many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber and alternately begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fell asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives if you count ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. Wait, ribs? I said rims. Ribs and an arm of one doctor. When heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out to the point there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach and just repeating the word "more" over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. Okay, a little pause for now. This is there's a lot of gore, gotta say. I kind of forgot that there's just a lot of like shock factor in this, or shock value. I don't know. Point is that like most of this is like just gore and stuff, but it is interesting in my opinion. I gotta head out for a bit, but I did post the video. If you're still streaming, I'll be back. I mean, hey, awesome, man. Like, I'll definitely watch that after the stream. I'm gonna end the stream after this story, but I mean, thanks for dropping in. Really means a lot. So like, if I don't catch you back, then you have a good night. All right. Sleep tight. Mom, pick me up. I'm scared. Okay. Have a bit more water there. Oh no, that's Goro, my comfort character. Okay, here we go. We're goop soup. Jesus Christ. All right. Where was I? Wait, hold on. I accidentally scrolled. Oh no. No, okay. I think I found it. Hold on. I'll read the last paragraph just in case. If this is the last paragraph. The surviving 3 subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility. The 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier was holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyelids fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had tripled the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming. His vocal cords destroyed. Hey, what the? That's a weird way to word it. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to. Oh, it's because there's no comma. Oh my god. His vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, they tried the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to cover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically possible for the patient to still be alive. Oh, I was supposed to say impossible, but it says possible. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetic as well. Although they had to be injected with a paralytic... Oh my god. I'm sorry, I know I'm messing up a lot. Although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation, the surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally... Oh my god. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, a former KGB agent, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all three stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going to be back on the gas. It was obvious that at this point all three were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering from brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on paper scrolling out... Wait, what? As they focused on paper scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut. At the same time, or same moment, his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of a deep sleep, that then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started screaming to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed that the same flat lines as one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed the gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. "I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you," he screamed at the man strapped onto the table. "What are you?" he demanded. "I must know." The subject smiled. "Have you forgotten so easily?" the subject asked. "We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out, "So nearly free." And yeah, that's the story of the Russian sleep experiment. Gotta say, that was gory. Yeah, you're right. They just hangry. What the fuck, Zadie? Okay, they do have a lot of organs lying around. Bro. Okay, well, you aren't you when you're hungry. So, little note. Let's see. All right, I'm glad I recommended that story. What did the tree branch do when it was? I'm not giving that attention. So, a little note about that. I think that that's a pretty good story. I like it a lot, simply because it's definitely something that's just it's a very interesting concept. Although it kind of loses me at the end where it's like, well, like when that subject is on a like going on that monologue, that kind of just felt, I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, what's a good word? Contrived, I guess. I don't know. It didn't seem like something that like they would say, if that makes any sense. I don't know. That's just me. I think that is a pretty decent story. Definitely got a lot of gore in it. And I mean, hey, if you like that, then hey, that's you. I personally, I think like it could have like gone like a paragraph. It could have cut like a paragraph or two out. But yeah, that's just me. Yeah, what's your story suggestion? I mean, I'm not gonna be reading anymore. I am tired and the stream is basically over. But if you're talking about like for videos, I'm willing to hear your suggestion. Or maybe for a future stream. 1984. There. Ah! You're funny. You wonder what your organs taste like? Probably chicken. Who knows? Anyway, that all being said, I hope that you all had fun listening to me. That's, I don't know, that was a weird way of saying it, but I hope that, you know, my bad narrating has entertained you a little bit. Still trying to figure out how to do outros. Don't know how this is supposed to be done, but yeah, I mean, I hope that you all have like a happy Halloween, and you're like Matt Pet, and that's just a theory. Do you have any spare organs I could borrow? No. If I did, I would have sold them already. If you have time, when's the next live? Oh yeah. I'd say next stream will be Friday. Here, oh yeah, Halloween. No, yeah, I'll be streaming on Friday. Same time, 5 to 9 or 8 to 12, I think. Depending on the, you know, time zone. But yeah. I feel like there was something else I wanted to say. Wear your best costume. Get as much candy as possible, even if it just means driving to the store. And have a good time on Halloween. I would know that I've spent a few Halloweens that I would like to spend differently, but that's in the past now. I'm hoping that this Halloween will be different. Oh yeah, also, thank you, Silly Spike. If you want to, we have like a early access to the Discord. So if you haven't joined it yet, you always can, as long as the stream's up. For the next 12 hours at least. Go the day after Halloween. Get discount candy. Oh yeah, fair enough. No, but yeah. If you still want to join the Discord, go ahead. You know, the code is right there. I hope that you all have a great night. Thank you so much for listening to me narrate really badly on stories. And yeah, I hope you all have a happy Halloween. Good night.